I think we're still on an extended break. Yes. We are still on an extended break. We're having problems with certain dwarves getting a little moody. So we have kind of removed all of the tasks. Aegis is one of them. Aegis is a beast. There's plenty of crutches in the fortress, and guys crawling around. His legs aren't functional. He had a boulder dropped on him as a child. More or less. He fell pretty far in a cave-in. He's one of the few survivors. Frame rate's better. You get more big, scary monsters instead of vampires and werebeasts. If a world is, like, younger than 150 years, you'll have, like, the majority of the Forgotten Beasts and the Titans will still be alive, Songwind. But if you have a world that is older, a lot of them will be dead, but you'll have more vampires and were-creatures and night creatures. So it really depends on what kind of monsters you want. Oh, and zombies. So it really depends on what kind of monsters you want to face. If you want to face more generated Titans, go that route. If you want more... We have a firstborn from a new family. Ham and Apostle. Well, look at that. They had any other kids? No, they do not. This is their only son. Does anybody want to be the brand new baby that just got forcibly jolted into being in the fortress? For reference, the named dwarves right now in the fortress in year 44 is Euthris, Screw, Wavethrash, Hobo, Jaden Fox, DeBerry's King, Scrumpet, Jellybutt, Eurypterus, Horny, Astro, Eric, Shadowblade, Bastet, Axon, Aegis, Cheers, Jamie, Cilantra, Slipple, Ham, Pispan, Jackie, Suey, Pablo, Dragon Man, Hot Cup of Tea, Apostle, Disco Waffles, Goats the Third, The Great Padinsky, Animal, Squug, Hare, Rhinestone, B-Lug, Lump, Quatch the Second, Jack Nerick the Third, Audio, Pilot, Petra, and Eternal calls it. Brand new baby, welcome to this world. You worship Ingush and Shin, Ingush being the god of jewels and wealth, and Shin being the god of lust. I think you might actually be the first member of the fortress to worship that. Yeah, you've been dead for a bit, Aqua. You've been dead for a bit. Maybe about 15 years. You were one of the dwarves that died during the mass beatings. What happened was you were thrown into prison in the winter, and we didn't have any access to water because I hadn't made a well yet. He is the son of Ham and Apostle. Also, Pillar Cult is a great last name. Manor Peak and Pillar Cult. Your one word is Ga. Your last name is Letter Cloisters. You were born today, which makes him very, very young indeed. Wait, you were alive yesterday? What? No? You were not alive yesterday, I don't think. Unless I'm very mistaken. I may have mentioned your dwarf. But no, you were an old death from a long time ago. At least I thought. Sorry, I'm just having a bit of a brain aneurysm. Yeah, there you are. Yeah, no, you're an old death. Yeah, we were probably talking about your kid. I mean, your history still lives in the fortress, Aqua. I think I know what it is. I think I know what it is. Where's Axon? No, it's not. You. Who is your lover then? Because Axon wasn't one of your lovers. Aqua the Engraver, Kindred Spirit, View. His upper body is gone. Yeah, you killed the kobolds. Yeah, Aegis and Pablo. The planter are your children. Both still alive, I think. Yeah, both still alive. So yeah, you have 2 kids in the fort that are still alive, Aegis and Pablo. The one that was commented on was Aegis. I was probably the one that was commented on a lot. Yeah. And Screw, your significant other, who's currently the expedition leader, is also still alive. Who's never remarried. Does have many kindred spirits and close friends, though. I mean, Cassie, your dwarf's going to be talked about for a long time. Your dwarf kept us alive for a very long time. Well, you managed all of the trading. Although we have a problem. We didn't get a caravan last year. What time of year is it? It's late winter? Yeah, we haven't had a caravan in 2 years from our dwarven faction, so I hope everything's okay over there. I hope. We're doing a bunch of mining down here to look for more ore veins of different material types, and also kind of plan how we're going to dig out the coffin areas down here. But yeah, it is kind of neat to think that this world could be talked about for a long time. Although most of the craft dwarves are currently in an extended break. Kind of one of the reasons I'm digging out so much down there is I'm kind of planning on trying to move my stone industry down there, get big rock stockpiles down there, and move all of these craft dwarf shops down there. Because like none of them have anything in them, fortunately, except those ones that have buttloads of pots for some reason. But I do want to move all of these block makers and stuff underground. She just jumped onto the bed soaked. Oh no! So she fell in your fish tank. Did she eat any of your fish? It's probably trying to drink water. Anyway, let's finish reading about Eternal, the newest baby. He's 7 days old now. Personally sees competition as wasteful and silly, and can be very happy and optimistic, is moved by art and natural beauty, and is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. Good dwarf. And he is often nervous, and he tends to share his experiences and thoughts with others. He is stubborn, and he doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind. Generally finds himself quite hopeful about the future, and tends to avoid crowds, often acts with compassion and prefers to present himself modestly, and has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice and thoughts of others. Exhales sharply when he's alone, and and when he's angry. Sorry, he exhales sharply when he gets angry, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He likes phyllite, steel, red diamond, giant one-humped camel leather, and the color silver, catapult parts, and cows for their hunting moose, and red pandas for their large striped tails. Furry. Knew we couldn't trust him. Born in the year 44, on the 10th of Obsidian. Welcome to the fortress, child. It's actually true? Wait, you really like red pandas? If you're also a furry, I'm sorry. Didn't mean anything by it. But don't trust furries. Scrumpet sheep, what's up? I don't trust anybody when I can't see their face, which is why I don't trust most people these days. 40% accurate. It's like getting your palm read, having a dwarf read about you, because it's like general enough, that can fit almost anybody, but also open enough that it's oddly specific, you know? It's kind of like it's like having your palm read. How you doing, those Scrumpet? Those things. Let's check in with your dwarf. Because you've still got a dwarf up and about somewhere, Scrumpet. There you are. Crafts dwarf. Not legendary, very self-pity, because you want to practice a craft. You also need some abstract thinking. Well, we can give you some abstract thinking. You go be scholar. You grew up, yeah. You want to take it easy, but that's literally what we're doing. You've had a rough week, but overall, pretty happy, dwarf. Pretty blissful. You feel fondness. You made a new friend recently. You talked with a sibling. You put on an exceptional item. You've made a lot of friends recently, actually. You've got a lot of brothers and sisters. Aripterus is a very close friend of yours. Astrobanjos is a kindred spirit. You're good friends with Padinsky. Hobo's your friend. Wow, you are a social butterfly, just like your parents. Lots of dejection and self-pity, yeah. But you'll be okay. Plenty of friends. Looks like Bastet is leading another crafting demonstration. Bastet's been leading demonstrations since we got here, practically. Also, something that we built yesterday that I'm very proud of. Salantra has been possessed. Hold on a second. Let's leave the game pause. This is a temple. It is a temple to the god of the earth, the shrine of the earth. And I'm very proud of how it came out. It's literally just like up above the prison and kind of like this little walkway into the side of the mountain. And it's just kind of like this square building that we kind of dug into the wall. They've got some black bronze and some brass on the floor. And a nice altar, quite literally. Some silver and zinc and granite pillars. And it's kind of in an old ore vein. Although I have more ore that we got to dig out up there. But yeah, I kind of figured I'd do something a little bit interesting for that. Yeah, you're still alive. You're still alive. You're a legendary crafter and incredibly talented soldier, Bastet. Got to keep on that? Yeah, you got to keep on that. Lantra claims the Crafts Dwarf shop. There's already a legendary dwarf, too. So it doesn't even matter that he's not going to get any legendary stuffs out of this. Lead bars. You had to choose lead, eh? You had to choose lead. We have so many better materials than lead. I think you probably want trees. Yeah. You can't escape me. Yeah, you guys will be best friends forever. Be best friends forever. Sorry, I'm just fucking jamming to this shit. Grab the wood. What else you getting? Just fucking going somewhere for something. Maybe ore? Another set of bars? Oh, a gem. You're grabbing for a gem. Covered in water. You are soaked. Purple spindles. This is something that I'm curious to see. I'm really curious about how they're going to do Dwarven inventory in the Steam version. So you grabbed purple spindles, plum wood, lead bars. Nice, nice. 2 pieces of nice, lead bars, plum wood, and it's a craft store shop. I'm thinking like a fancy crown, maybe. Go make some art. Speaking of dwarves and art, how does Scrumpet like the pondering job? Feels funness talking with a friend. Blissful sleeping and very good. Anxious after pondering. Perception. Okay, so you're not going to do well as a scholar because you're already anxious. Unfortunately. Gonna have to take you off that job. Let's see, is there anything else I can give you? I see a tantrum. Jaden is tantruming. Not super uncommon for Jaden. But he hasn't committed any crimes yet, so there is that. Anybody going to go report a crime on that? Nope. You are indeed a fragile dwarf. But yeah, no, Bastet, you are very much one of the rocks of this fort. Nothing really gets to you, even though you've been a little bit bored recently. You do need to practice some martial arts. But you killed a dwarf named Boxed, and a bunch of buzzards, and a bunch of kangaroos, and some more buzzards. You don't have any relationships, but you are good friends with Hobo. You're not very social of a dwarf, but very much recently you've just been leading a lot of crafts dwarfs demonstrations. Crafting demonstrations. But I'm actually thinking about putting a military training area in here, just because it's kind of fitting to do that sort of away from the kind of lower layer that we had them training in before. I think that training outside of the prison is also kind of fitting. He'll make pretty art. Hopefully. Throw brass on the floor. Training on brass, that seems safe. Kidna and a cougar have been missing for a week. Figurine of their god. Actually, there's something I got something I can do with that. Cilantro. Ubi Zabil. The Stonecrafter has created a nice figurine of Ashen and claims it as a family heirloom. A figurine of your god. It's called the Alchemical Visionary. It's worth 31,200. This is a nice figurine of Ashen. All crafts dwarfship is of the highest quality. This item is a masterfully designed image of Ashen, the deity of Earth, depicted as a female dwarf, and two dwarves in nice, by Cilantro. The two dwarves are posturating themselves before Ashen. It is encrusted with rectangular, nice cabochons. This object is adorned with hanging rings of plum wood and menaces with spikes of nice and lead. On the item is an image of an emerald-cut gem in purple spinel. This needs to go in our temple, I think. We need to forge an iron pedestal. So it's two dwarves bowing to a god. That's cool. It's fun just seeing the dwarves swarm. Yeah, see, this is why I never want direct control over them. It's fun just watching them fucking show up. Like, oh, they know what's what. They get told to build a building. Oh, they know to be there. That's why it's fine to have plenty of idlers, you know? Like, there's lots of people that are like, oh, idlers are bad. It's like, no, idlers are just going from one job to another. An elven caravan has arrived. Probably deconstruct that one. But we'll see where they go. How you're doing? Of course you can. Let me place this first before I forget. Goats the Third, the doctor. 91 years old, proud, remembering, teaching. Oh, yeah, that's you're doing exactly what we need you to do. You're teaching people doctrine. Yep, still happy. Hasn't been in the fort too long. Been here 3 years. Getting along quite well, I think. Use some new clothing, but you're doing all right. Currently doing a little bit of farming. Sterling silver trade post versus just a normal trading post. I got more pots than I could reasonably ever use. We're just going to sell them a bunch of meats. Maybe a bunch of plants as well. Because pots are made of stone. And not wood. Hospital's a doctor's guild, yeah. It really is, berries, yeah. It really, really is. Could also sell them some brews. To be clear, meats, plants, and drinks don't have the same level of value as meals. Meals are the only ones that are ridiculously expensive. They're repressing it on vinyl, and I've been fighting with whether or not I'm willing to spend 70 euros on Bastion. Oh, hey, I get Game Pass for free. Sorry. Realized that was a little out of nowhere. But, Discord partners get Game Pass for free. Glad I still have that. Anyway, what was I on about? Right, yeah, it's that Transistor and Hades, all on vinyl for like 70 euros. You haven't listened to Transistor or Hades? You've listened to Transistor because I listened to it yesterday. So if you watched my stream yesterday, we listened to Transistor twice. And Hades is... Play a few seconds of Hades. Hades is like Bastion, but more metal. It's like... Actually, no, fuck it. We'll just listen to Hades. Why not? It's very much same composers. Yeah, Hades is out of early access now, isn't it? It's finished. Literally got like 4 emails about that this morning. I'm just so sad that so many of their instruments were stolen. Okay, let's just do a real quick skim. Make sure none of these are barrels. Yep. Let's buy a few things from the elves. Oh, hey, a unicorn. I'll buy it. Only brought me 1 unicorn? Boo. Buy a few shoes. Some capes, robe, some shoes and some socks, and trade. I think the trader profit came to 6969, or I misread that in the half second that I had to read it. Hades is a game where you beat up your dad, yeah. Yeah. Hades, daddy issues, too. Although then again, there's a lot of games that are made based on daddy issues. Like, let's be honest. There's a lot of games that come out that are just about daddy issues. Like, off the top of my head, to name a few. Hades. God of War. Last of Us. You know, now that I think about it, PlayStation is kind of just the daddy issues console. Now that I think about it. Every God of War game, pretty much, is daddy issues. Most of Naughty Dog's catalog is daddy issues. I don't think I've ever heard Tarn Adams mention that, but fair enough. It's either daddy issues or male power fantasies as video games. Because everything that I'm like coming up with in my head is either like parental issues or power fantasies. But I don't know. That's why I like indie games so much, is because you have so many different things now. It's poor Dwarf. Very talented Dwarf, but... Hey ho! How you doing, Eriptress?
Hi ho.
Your Dwarf is, fucking legendary, man. You're still making the majority of the clothing from my fortress. Get in there, dwarves. Also armor up the dwarves that don't have armor. Becky has like nothing. All right, let's go iron. Breastplate. 10. Let's make 10. Iron. Reeves, 10. Iron. Chain. No, that's more like chain mail. 10. Iron helm. 10. Iron. Sword. 10. I know some of the dwarves have steel or bronze already, but that'll keep my weapons / armor smiths busy for a bit. And Aegis, who desperately loves to practice martial arts even though he has no functioning legs. And go train. I love that they're just going through Astro's house all the time. Like the Dwarven Highway. Astro's home. It's like that one dwarf in Krug Smash's fort who lives in the windmill. But seriously, thank you so much, Riptress, for the 10 months. And keeping that sub alive for so long. Seriously. It means the goddamn world. All of you that have little skulls next to your name. Also, it's even better now than ever to have subs to channels because it means you don't have to watch an ad every couple times now. Has anybody here actually had problems with that stuff? Because I know we talked about it earlier, and I know I have, but has anybody else run into it at all? Like, has it actually been an issue for you guys? The Songwind! Thank you very much for that Prime subscription. Enjoy the ad-free viewing and the emotes you get along with it. Can I get a round of beers and sub for the brand new subscription? Prime subscription from Songwind. You've had Twitch freeze because it won't show mid-roll ads due to your ad block. You can't watch Aramba's streams anymore? It's that bad, eh? Is Aramba running ads, or is it because only when first visiting a channel? That's good. Like like I said before, I'm totally fine with pre-rolls. I think pre-rolls aren't an issue. I have no issue with pre-rolls. Totally okay with pre-rolls. I feel like when they wrote this track, they were listening to E1M1 a whole lot. It kind of feels like an E1M1 fan track. Kind of a little bit. VLC Streamlink, yeah. Streamlink's super confusing to me because it's a very similar name to a lot of streaming software stuff. How's our human doing? Human has lots of nice clothing that we've been making. But human wants abstract thinking. However, I can't make human a scholar because human is resident performer. Oh, that's awful. Rat. Oh, yeah, no, totally. Streamlink is a much better name than Livestreamer. I agree with you there, but it's a much better name than that. You know, I might just kill these monkeys and try breeding them again. No Bard Scholars. Can't assign them to anything else. Because they came into the fort to be a performer, right? And then got another job once they were in the fort. Can I assign a dancer as a... I wonder if I can do it from the dancing screen. I don't think so. Nope. They're not on the list. Oh, wait, no, actually, I can. So can I assign you to a scholar job from this screen, then? I found a workaround. So you can assign them as a human scholar. Did it work? Yeah, it did. Interesting. So, if you go into the occupations menu, I found a bug. So, normally for a dwarf, if you go to a dwarf in the V screen, so if you hit V and you go to a dwarf, and you then can assign them to the different occupations, right? So like performer, scribe, scholar, etc., right? But because this person petitioned for residency, I found a feature, yeah. Because this person petitioned for residency, they didn't. I couldn't assign them to a new role because their role was R.I.P. Jaden. Their role was a resident performer, so I couldn't assign them from the O screen from V, right? So if I viewed them, I couldn't give them a new occupation from the O screen. But I went to the locations menu, and then went to the library, and then selected an empty scholar assignment and assigned them from this screen, and now I have the ability to give them those jobs. I did find a feature habitual. So if you go to L locations and then select your library, whatever you've called it, you can assign them that job. So now you're a scholar. Let's see if you'll actually go do scholar job stuff. I've always done it the second way too, but for some reason it didn't. Maybe the first menu is the one that's bugged on that. Yeah, I like to not use this screen and these screens if I can avoid it, just because I find them kind of annoying to mess with. I much prefer just using V and this, but that's also because I don't use DF Hack and don't use Therapist, so a lot of the time you'll see me in this screen rather than other screens, and I find that a lot of people who use Hack and Therapist use the full screen screens because they're easier to use. You didn't realize you could hit O on the V screen? You can also assign people to squads in this screen. If you go to the P menu, you can assign people to squads. Like, I never use the military screen because I just assign them to squads in this screen, make squads in this screen, name squads in this screen, and delete squads in this screen, and then move them around in the S screen, rather than actually using the military menu, because this is a confusing dumpster fire. So that's interesting. I don't mind the military menu if I'm trying to be specific, but it's clunky to do anything quick. Like if I just need to add somebody to the military, I just do it in here rather than. So like the way I'll add people to the military is I'll go into their mind, I'll read their life values and thoughts. God, it's really interesting how complex dwarves get when they've been in your fort for a while. Like, look at all this shit. So I'll go in. I'll go into their mind. I'll read whether or not they're good, and then pick what squad to put them in. Very satisfying stretch, more than I can count. Every morning when I do yoga, like this morning. Today I actually woke up on time, which is a fucking anomaly. Yeah. He says after he yawns, but still need to catch up on sleep, but at least I woke up on time. Hey, chat. I need to inform you that on Humble, there is a You Can Pet the Dog bundle filled with games where you can pet the dog. Including one that I actually kind of want to play, so I might buy it. It's not a very good bundle. But I want to play Beyond Eyes. If I can get that game for $1, I might actually buy that bundle. Yeah, it's a game about being blind. Game about me. Right. This person's totally blind. That's one of the games in the bundle. Might buy that. Also, apparently you can pre-purchase Empire of Sin. When is that out? December 1st? Kind of got to keep an eye on Empire of Sin. I want to play Empire of Sin. Partially because it's Romero Games, partially because it's an XCOM-like game. And it's like XCOM Mafia. Looks kind of cool. I've always wanted a good Mafia game, and I've never really played one. Aside from Mafia, which was good back in the day. Don't know how well that game holds up. How did I go on a very, like, odd tangent? Right. Yeah, I don't know. I think that, I think that the military screen for DF is actually pretty functional once you know all the features of it, and you can do a lot with it. I don't use most of the features most of the time. Like, I'm never picky about what my military wears. I'm not super... I might be more picky about that once the Steam version comes out and you can actually see the armor on them. They're pretty good, from what I can tell, about just getting the best the best armor and stuff themselves. Man, my dwarves don't even need armor. They have so many fucking pieces of jewelry on. They're like just a walking barricade. Like they're the fucking mudstone giants. Iron shield, steel gauntlet, iron mail shirt, iron short sword. Oh, I know why nothing's been made yet. I was like, why has nothing been made? My manager's in my military. That's why. Lump, can you go do the manager work orders thing? There you go. We also desperately need some more wood. Also, you know what's one thing I really don't understand? You know what's one thing I really don't understand about Hades? Is hell actually seems pretty chill down there. I don't know, like, they got, like, a bar, and, like, everybody just kind of hangs out, and everything's super lax all the time. I'm sure Dad's an asshole, but, like, come on. Looks interesting, but you'll wait for the live streams the week before release. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to try and get early code for it. I might. That might be one that I actually, like, pursue and try and get early from Paradox. Because I really like XCOM. And I like Mafia stories. Seems like fun. Do things I like in one place. And I go for it. Which places all equipment are needed? Yeah, I don't know. I use the V screen a lot. Not waiting in the eternal line. Eh. I mean, I'm sure it would grate on you after a while, but like, as a permanent resident, it can't be that bad, you know? Like, I'm sure it's horrible, but it seems pretty chill, I don't know. It's not how I would imagine a hell to be. The game, oh, what's the name? What's the name of that first-person horror game where you're in hell? And it like got a whole bunch of flack because you could rape babies in it. What's the name of that game? And then they put out like a censored version, and everybody got mad. And then they put out an uncensored version, and everybody's like, well, the game's still bad, so it doesn't matter. What's the name of that game? Like, I know the name of the studio, but I can't remember the name of the game. It wasn't very good. Yeah. It wasn't... I keep thinking it's Scorn, but I know it's not Scorn, because Scorn is that H.R. Geiger nightmare. Admittedly, like a very good-looking H.R. Geiger nightmare. What's this? No, what's... This is gonna bother me until I remember the name of the game. I wonder if it'll pop up in related to Doom. Nope. I should probably just play Dwarf Fortress. Hot cup of tea cancels eat, reasoning unconscious. Something has collapsed on the surface. Excuse me? Hot cup of tea, are you okay? Jaden is dead. Ooh. Okay, hot cup of tea fell out of a tree. The hell happened to Jaden Fox, though? It's a first-person horror game where you're in hell, and it was originally kickstarted, and then they didn't actually put out the game that they advertised. Badly crushed. Did you get hit by a tree? Pretty sure Jaden Fox got hit by a tree. I mean, it's okay. The dwarf was like a basket case anyway. Agony. Yeah, that was it. Agony. And then they put out Agony unrated. Yeah, no, it was Agony. Yeah, that's totally what it was. Thank you. Yeah, Madmind Studios, Agony. And now they're putting out another game called Succubus. Yeah, they put out Agony, and everybody was like, yo, this is super censored. Why did you, like, censor the game? They're like, well, we didn't want an adults-only rating. And then they put out an uncensored version, and then they patched all that shit back in anyway. To the uncensored version. So now it's just Agony. Maybe it's called Agony Remastered originally. Those trees do have a kill count of 3, yeah. Almost 4, because... Hot cup of tea got hit by a branch, but was fine. They are cursed, man. R.I.P. Jaden. It was only a matter of time for Jaden, so I'm not super bummed about this one. This dwarf was messed up for a while. It's a pity. Yeah, anyway, Agony is kind of how I imagine hell would be. Not Hades. Talking about that because the soundtrack I'm listening to. Agony is how more closer to what I would envision a hell to be like. A barren wasteland filled with things that just hurt you for no reason. Didn't even have to be censored, so they censored it themselves. Odd. I don't know the full story. I had no interest in the game. All I know is that they're putting out a Succubus game, which just looks like a sexual assault simulator. I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of what that studio does, personally. I'm not a big fan of the whole shock horror genre. I'd be super interested in a game that's like, yo, this is a depiction of hell. I'd be very interested in that, but I'm not interested in just like a shock horror type thing. So this right here is going to be is a building that I queued up a while ago and then never actually did anything with. But this is going to be a meeting location, and it's going to be a guild hall. It's going to be a should I make it a metalsmith hall or a weaponsmith? Let's make a metalsmith hall. Bronze amethyst. Let's call it the iron something else. The iron blade, maybe? Rename location. The iron. The bronze iron. No. Fortunate Fortunes. Ageless Bloated. Bronze Iron. That makes no sense. Stable? Armored? We can make an RPG maker. We'll have it done in, like... You know, jokes aside, Stone. If somebody actually made a world or a game based on the lore found in one of my Dwarf Fortress worlds, I think I would die. Like, I could die happy. Doesn't even matter if it's, like, good or not. But if somebody actually made a fucking video game based on one of my Dwarf Fortress worlds, that would blow my mind. I think the Black Iron would be good. I need a name for a metal crafting guild. The Fat Iron. The Fat Iron. That sounds like a tavern. The Fat Iron. The Gristly Iron. The Green Iron. The High Iron. Holy Iron? The Iron Iron? I mean, well... Molten Iron, Pale Iron, Peaceful, Poisoned, Pregnant, Prim, Putrid, Ripe, Roomy, Romantic, Salty, Savage... A Strong Iron. It's a guild. All right. Iron table. Iron. I'm typing faster than I can type. Trying to think what else I can make. Bum, 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 bum. Let's make chains. Let's just put a bunch of chains around. I know skilled is a word. Oh, wait. Is it not actually a word in Dwarf Fortress? Huh. I swear there was something similar to that. Chat, what's the last game that you were super excited for and incredibly disappointed by? I asked this question because we were talking about Agony, and it popped into my brain again, and it's something that I really like asking because I like thinking about it. Like, especially, like, the last game that was actually good, but you were disappointed by it anyway. Death Stranding. Last game I was really heavily disappointed by was SnowRunner. Just because they completely changed the structure of the franchise, and I hate it. I hate how, like, the gameplay is, in theory, brilliant. They made a really, 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 really good game. But the result is I can't stand it. The result is I can't fucking stand it. It's actually really interesting. I've fixed several dwarves' moods in this fort just by putting them in the military and letting them train with no weapons and just become wrestlers. I've never tried Alonia. I really would like to. I like Kajombo, but I was left with a hollow feeling. Isn't that kind of the point? Although the thing about Death Stranding that annoys me is I can't stand those people that are just like, he predicted everything! It's like, no, he fucking didn't. Just happened to be right place, right time. Language problem? Is that language problem in Dwarfish? Because the Dwarfy language has a lot of problems. Okay, so he's working on those. They're working on the 2 breastplates and greaves right now. Problem is charcoal. Get more charcoal going. Hey, what's up, mate? How we doing, Fog? Wait, hold on a second. Am I misreading something that you just posted on Discord, Fog, or is that new pendulum? BFN? Wait, what? Is it good? Because you posted it in music, so... And yeah, it's like the old times. Huh. Well, I'll need to listen to that after the stream's over. Brand fucking new. Oh shit, did I buy a unicorn then forget to pasture it? Yes, I did. I did buy a unicorn and let it die. Whoops. That's weird though. I don't know if if I'm ready to accept that Rob Swire is actually writing music I'm interested in again. Does it have vocals or is it just like instrumentals? Cause all of the bands from my childhood writing music again. Something that like I was listening to Hum the other night, which is if you've watched my stuff for any amount of time, you probably know that I'm a big fan of a band called Hum, which is the best band from the 90s that nobody has heard of. And I was watching some of their old like live show recordings. There's like nothing of them from like 1999 till like 2017, and the few 2017 recordings are like guy in the audience with a cell phone. So I was watching some of their old stuff from the 90s, and one of the highest rated comments on one of their videos was, "This is the band that Weezer would be if they had balls," and I laughed for a solid 2 minutes. Does an animal with only one horn even deserve to live? Yeah, I mean, something I've been trying to do for a while, Wolfpack, is buy a breeding pair of unicorns from the elves and then make baby unicorns, but I haven't been particularly lucky with that. To Salt in the Wound sound? Gotcha. I mean, that was good era. Well, I think 10,000 Miles was kind of like peak Pendulum for me. And that's pretty old Pendulum. I loved In Silico. In Silico is such a fucking good album. For those circumstances when you need that word. Aren't too common. I'm wondering if we're going to see any of our military go equip more new items. Well, those gods, Steel Greaves and his shield. Doesn't have a weapon, though. Why are you choosing not to have a weapon? How's your Dwarf doing, Jack Nurk? Your Dwarf is alright. You're 8 years old, growing up. Value decorum. You want to see the world live in complete harmony. Values tranquility. And you have a deep dislike of the natural world. Good Dwarf. You're a little bit gloomy, dwelling upon being out in the sunshine again. And dwelling over this reoccurring tendency forced you to rethink your personal values. You could really use a new hood and a new cloak. Yep. That's like the whole point of the Steam version. Wolfpack is they're redoing all of the UI. It's the whole point. The last very heavily viewed update I put out is all about the this UI, the Zones UI. Yeah. Yeah, no, totally. I have a soft spot for immersion too, but in my opinion, especially going back to Pendulum in recent months, I think that In Silico is my favorite work that they did. It's a 2-track release? Well, we may need to have you, here, I'll link the video. We may need to have you on audio tapes to talk about Pendulum. Just saying. Here, I'll give you a link to the video where I talk about the UX. There you go. Let me know what you think. There's also screenshots of the Embark UI that are up and about in the internet. Hey, Apostle. Apostle, you're a dad or a mom. I'm not sure. Hold on. Which one are you? You're also a mechanic and depressed. Or you were depressed. You're not depressed anymore. Yeah. You're a dad. Eternal's your kid. Which means Irony is going to pass. He's going to die real soon. But, yeah, your kid is Eternal. Your kid is 1 year old. We were born on the 10th of Obsidian in 44, and we are now in late summer, Galena, 45. Yeah, you're a dad. Ma'am, how are you doing? Do you like metal? Like aluminum? Aluminum. Bum, 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 bum. How about you? You like magnetite and billin. I need another metalsmith. Blacksmith. In the halls of time, yes. Be a grandchild indeed. We had somebody die to a tree today. Updated UI will have your friends playing DF. What kind of games do your friends play right now? Because, like, you know, if they're Call of Duty heads, But, you know, if they're playing, like, Paradox games or RimWorld or, you know, kind of more titles, or even, like, games like Banished, yeah, you'll be more likely. But it really depends on the games that they're into right now, you know? We've had a handful of accidents, but they're generally caused by something knocking them off. What cup of tea? Let's give you wood burning. You can have a more proper side job once you're done chopping down all these trees. Ah! I can't say I've ever poured boiling water on my foot, but there was one time I was pouring the water into my pour over, and I had my hand like on the counter, and I poured it directly on my hand instead of into the cup. Well, onto the grind. That was a very painful moment. Can't say I've ever managed to get water on my foot, though. Oxygen on. Oh, yeah. No, if your friend's playing ONI is much harder than DF. Second track is good. 140 break beatish. Ooh. I'm a little bit upset that it's on the UKF channel. A little bit upset by that, but, you know, it is what it is, right? Chat, look at how much drink we have. I feel attacked. 1984. Set me on fire from immersion? I really wish it was more old school. Oh, well. They're everywhere when you search for it. Fair enough. I was worried it was like a UKF dubstep of like exclusive track. I'm not a huge fan of that YouTube channel, but especially because it's not even fucking dubstep anyway. All right, I need to desperately do something that I haven't done yet because I've been kind of lazy about it. I really, 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 really need to put a roof on this building. I built this second floor here and put food storage in it and haven't put a roof on it. And birds, I think, steal 80% of the stuff up there every year. Yep. Dwarves do not eat much at all. So when you can tell when someone's a very new Dwarf Fortress player when there's just like these massive farm plots and you're like, what are you doing? They do drink more, but not much more. It's a giant bird feeder? Yeah, so we need to put some roofing on this. We need to put all these nice blocks. There they are. Down at the bottom. So yeah, we need to put flooring on this. Or rather, a roof on this. Also, it'll look nicer once it has a roof on it. Yeah, no. Well, here's the thing, right? I have 42 dwarves. This farm right here. 3 across for pigtails. And this 2x3 will feed them all. No problem. Feed them and drink them all. That's all you need for 40 dwarves. It's more than enough food. Of course, you do want some variety. See what I mean by it's like just a heavier Bastion soundtrack for this? It's good shit. You're trying to keep your trees around? So many fruit trees? I mean, trees will regrow real quick. It doesn't take that long for them to regrow. Take the military off of training. We'll seal this whole thing up once it's done. So starting 30 minutes ago tomorrow, there will actually be a bonus stream on this channel. I'm going to be streaming, I think we're playing Sorry board game. I think is what we've decided on. I need to like confirm tonight, but it's either that or it'll just be Uno again. But it's going to be me and my stream team, and we're going to be playing board games. So there will be an ad, everyone on Discord. So if you're on the Discord, there will be a heads up. But it would mean a lot if people show up for that, because it'll be a bit of fun. You know, it's going to be kind of a different experience. It's not going to be so much me talking to chat. It's going to be a lot of like me and my team just kind of chilling, hanging out, and playing board games. So if that's something you're into watching, that would be cool if you show up tomorrow for it. What time is it? Starting 30 minutes ago, and it'll go for 2 hours. So it'll go from noon Pacific until about 2 p.m. And I don't normally stream on Fridays, so it's very much a bonus stream. Normally Fridays are me day off. By day off, I mean like day where I edit my YouTube videos. I have one that I gotta do. There wasn't one last week. We're doing them every other week. We were initially on the, should we do them every week, every other week? But we've kind of like nailed down every other week. You might be working elsewhere. Yeah, I gotcha. I mean, like, if you can't be there, I'm not gonna fault you. It'd be nice. Brought? Brought is a good word. Brought is one of those good words that doesn't get used enough. It's one of those words that I use when I'm trying to sound dramatic. Or ad hoc things I feel like doing. Basically, the way I treat my Friday day off day is it's kind of a, well, I don't have to stream on Fridays, and I just kind of either spend the whole day editing, and going for walks, or I just like do grown-up chores and go for walks, like, you know, grocery shopping and cleaning and stuff like that. Or I just like do the equivalent of becoming my best representation of a couch potato and don't move for the entirety of the day and sleep 80% of it. It's one of kind of those things. Although this Friday I get to go in and I get to get up at fucking 5 o'clock in the morning and be at the place to get my blood test done. Do blood test, come back, and then do the equivalent of pass out for 2 hours and wake up, then do the stream thing, then go drop a cassette deck off at my friend's house, come back, then hang out with my little sister for the rest of the day. So it's gonna be a pretty busy day off, but it'll be fine. Hobo is making us some male shirts. We got Eric Shadowblade making us some iron helms. Satisfied at work. Often busier on the weekends than the actual workday. At least, like, I mean, for me with an actual workday, I'm generally pretty free, actually. It's just I sit down and then I'm streaming all day, right? Then in the evenings, I just kind of chill or do some quick editing, get a video up, archive a few videos, stuff like that. Also, Wolfpack, if you're watching the stream right now, thank you. Got the nice comment on YouTube. May have just gone straight over to YouTube, but I don't know. I'll thank the in the comment later. Like, I don't know if this is just stroking my ego, but I'll read the comment. This video is simply perfect. Informative, clear, quick, and the critique is clear and even. For a person with less knowledge about DF, is calm and even. And for a person with less knowledge about DF, it's easily understandable for someone like me. It's like, yay! Yeah, that's the comments on my DF videos. I had some people get weirdly mad at me about saying that I think that Masterwork swords shouldn't have gems in them. That's literally my only complaint, is they should be the same material. If you want to make them color-coded, okay, but don't give Masterwork swords gems. Because I can have many Masterwork weapons that don't have gems in them. Like watching a swarm of bees all complete the same task. What the heck is that? Is that ash? Pile of clay. Where the heck did that come from? right? I actually have no idea where that came from. Or how that got there, for that matter. Can clay, like, get stuck to dwarves' clothes? I don't believe I've ever seen that happen before. Also, I learned why why the Steam version of Spelunky is out like 2 weeks after the PlayStation version. PlayStation does have a like, what's the word I'm looking for here? The PlayStation does have an exclusivity deal. However, the exclusivity deal doesn't keep them off of PC. The only thing that the reason it was delayed on PC is because, we have another baby, is because he needed to get the netcode sorted. Does anybody want to be a child in this fortress? We have a Rimtar Rockscold was just born. Never. I almost never zoom in that much. And that's my big concern, right? Like, you're never going to tell the difference between Little Sword. And, like, I generally play around this zoomed in, right? Which will be enough to... Well, around this zoomed in. Which, like, will be enough to distinguish things on dwarves, but as far as, like, different gems on the sword, I'm not going to be able to... What? Can you be reborn? If anybody who's never had a dwarf before doesn't call it. I'm trying to give them priorities. Also, this is the first child of King and Disco Waffles. Congratulations, King and Disco Waffles. The disco couples. But sure, Barons, you could be reborn. Maba. He is the son of Disco Waffles and King. Summer blockades. Murky salves and summer blockades. Barons the second Rockscold. Well, King is also King the Space Disco Cop on Twitch, so it's like, it's disco and disco. It's kind of funny. Also, Royal Disco is my new run-based action roguelite, where you play as kings and queens in like a disco kind of necro-dancery style. He personally values peace over war and doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important, and doesn't care if others take the time to master skills. And he dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. I just got an idea for a video game called, like, Kill the King or Kill the Royal or something. And it would just be, like, a game where you play as a jester and you have to... It's sort of like Hitman, right? Where you have to hang out in the king's court and you have to come up with elaborate ways of murdering the king. It'd be like a little puzzle game, like a little... kind of a pixel arty, cute-looking puzzle game, but, like, all about murdering the king. Anyway, he is moved by natural beauty, and he is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He can handle stress and doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. He finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding and likes to brawl. This sounds like a military dwarf in the making. He has little interest in joking around and is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments. Streets of Rogue, the Grand Kingdom. I mean, I don't really like Streets of Rogue, but I wouldn't really want that gameplay. I was thinking more like a Death Coming type game, which I need to actually play. Death Coming is kind of great, by the way. It's like Habba Hotel, but you're death and you murder fuckers. It's kind of great. Where was I? He has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and he takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. He doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and he often feels envious of others, and he has a greedy streak, and he exhales sharply when he's angry. He laughs very loudly when he's nervous and needs alcohol to get through the working day. So now this has a roof on it. The one thing we're going to need to do is pull the stairs out. I'm just hoping that they don't stand on top of it when I pull the stairs on. We can put a piece of wall there. It'll be okay. It'll work. Maybe we still need them to finish all the other bits of roof, but, you know. They've almost finished making all of the armor that I have queued up. I'm going to keep the Eternal Guard training a little bit longer, because I really would like to see them stay super happy. Like, I know Dragon Man was having some mental issues a little while ago. How was Sui? Sui's come back. See, Sui was another dwarf that was super depressed for a while. Rip all investments. Feels bad. Although that would be a really interesting idea for a roguelike now. It's like a turn-based game where, like, you know, you move, they move, and you play as a jester, and you have a variety, or you play as a member of the court, which could be the different abilities you have, and you have to watch people come and go and wait for a break in the pattern to assassinate the king and then get out of the castle alive. That could actually be a lot of fun. I have, like, one of the weirdest audio setups you could ever have, Nonprofit Apostle. And whenever Windows breaks my settings, it takes me a maximum of, like, 5 minutes to fix it. It's never that bad. It's like, okay, I need to redo this, redo this, redo this. Sounding pretty good. Yeah, see, the problem is I have absolutely no programming or art skills. Like, I've designed, like, come up with whole pitch decks for games before with friends in Twitch chat. Never gonna make any of them. Never gonna make any of them. Because you need talent and certain skills to actually make one of those games. I'm still waiting for a friend of mine to, and I know I could go take a whole bunch of courses and learn to program and design a game, but then I'd have to quit streaming, and I don't want to do that, so. Or stream a lot less, basically. Quatch 2 has become a peasant. I didn't think he'd make it. He was super depressed for a long time there, but welcome to the world of adulthood, Quatch 2. What do you like? You like pig iron, Morganite gems, and mail shirts. Well, you know how I was talking earlier about how I needed another metalsmith? Put you on blacksmithing, armoring, metal crafting, and furnace operating. Welcome to that world, Dwarf. As well as hauling. Oh, I already gave you hauling. Let's give you cleaning. All these guys. I don't know. I feel like if I had unlimited money, like if I was a very large streamer, I would be funding games. I know several streamers have done that in the past. Also, some YouTubers have done that, like Jesse Cox produces and helps fund games that he's interested in, and then he promotes them himself. Like, that's certainly something I would want to do if I was a larger broadcaster, if money wasn't so much of an issue. Because there's kind of a lot of different styles of games that I would love to see get made, but might not be that financially viable. So what do you guys think? Do you guys think that Twitch is going to strong-arm us into having these ads? Or do you guys think that... do you think they're going to listen to this negative feedback? Because I just saw this article pop up from Kotaku complaining about it now. Like, it's literally everywhere. Nobody is happy about this. Yeah, I haven't really seen any. Granted, are you freaking your stream where you're subbed anyways? Yeah, I mean, you won't see any ads on my stream at all. Like, I sorry to those of you who aren't subbed, but I do feel like kind of the majority of the regulars who watch my stream are subscribed. Just making sure this dwarf is okay, because when they become an adult, there's a few things that can happen that can really fuck them up. Like, he's embarrassed due to wearing old clothing. Needs new gloves. He's got a new hat. That's good. Then again, every dwarf in this fortress has new hats. Yeah. I don't know, it's turning into a bit of a PR disaster right now, which is why I mentioned it. We're done with the iron breastplates. Okay, so my whole military should have iron breastplates. They're almost done with the greaves, the mail shirts, the helms, the swords. They've still got a lot of gauntlets to go. So we've got the high boots to go, and then it's the tables, thrones, statues, and chains to make. Cloth gloves are about to start getting worked on. Jump into the jobs menu because I got a few things suspended in here. That's still suspended. Good. Unsuspend those ones. Unsuspend mechanisms. And brewing drinks, because we're down to 1800. What I want to know is how much money does Twitch need to make off of a stream for them to break even and then make profit? Because I realize that, like, advertising is a large portion of their revenue. But at the same time, I want to know how many subscribers I need to have in order for Twitch to be making more money than they would be off of ads. I really want to know that number. I mean, I can guess. I can make accurate guesses based on the cost of other services and software and server costs for similar services. But I have no idea what the actual numbers are. Like I said, I can guess, but that's about it. Let's see how you like your job, Quatch. Satisfied at work. Was exasperated when caught at work, but satisfied at work. Wearing old clothing. Has a good bedroom. I think Quatch is going to like his new job. I'm trying real hard to keep Quatch sane because his last dwarf went batshit way too early, so. Yep. I mean, I remember what Twitch's hosting was like before. Before they had that deal, and it was terrible. All streams had a 30-second delay if they were partnered, and all unpartnered streams had a minute to 2 minutes delay, depending on the day. Mm-hmm. Yep. You know, here's the thing, right? If it didn't mute the broadcast, in the picture-in-picture, I'd be kind of okay with it. I'd still hate it, but I'd be kind of okay with it. Well, here's the thing. No, you could stream up to I want to say it was up to 2K bitrate. You could stream at 1080p, but it would look awful because of the bitrate. Why are you suddenly vomiting? Is you're outside? Poor dwarf. Yeah. Speaks deliberately, needs alcohol to get through the working day. He's focused with met needs, but can't go outside still. Unfortunately, at this point, yeah, because YouTube really isn't a competitor for Twitch. YouTube is kind of a different thing. They also throttle small partners now. Like, it's pretty brilliant, actually, Prophet. There's actually 2 tiers of partners. And it's funny, because, like, some of the members of my stream team have only really noticed this recently, and I've always been aware of it. There are partners that are kind of around my size, and then there's an upper echelon of partner where they get, it's the people that are like 200 view plus. And then there's a third one, which is even higher than that. But the people that are around 200 view plus get a lot of preferential treatment and a lot of perks that you don't see. And then there's the even higher tier, which is more primarily for the biggest partners in certain regions. So the biggest partners in North America, the biggest partners in Europe, the biggest partners in different areas. So you notice these perks more if you're in a region where there's a lot less partners. And Kiri actually has noticed this a lot, where she gets invited to a lot of things and gets given a lot of opportunities that I would never get because she's one of the biggest partners in her region. It's an enviable position. Though the third, no, that's the second tier. Nonprofit. That's the second tier. There's another tier above that. The second tier are people with 500 plus subs, not gifted. 500 organic subs. For accuracy's sake, I have about 180 to 200 non-gifted subs. That's tier 2. The highest tier are the people that they'll fucking send you an email about. Hey, have you heard of this popular streamer? His name's Summit1G? Or have you heard of this popular streamer? Everybody's watching him right now. Nobody can shut up. It's XQC. OW. Baru's just in a realm of his own. Baru's a fucking anomaly. The highest tier gets recommended to me no matter what they're playing. No Twitch. I don't want to watch Ninja play Fortnite. Your analytics know that? Yes. Yeah, I don't know. It kind of sucks, but on the same time, I get it. You know? Back in 2015 when there was only 3,000 Twitch partners. Okay. You know? Now that there's like, I don't even know. Last I looked was about 2 years ago, and there was about a year and a half ago, and there was about 40,000 Twitch partners. I don't even know what that number's at now. It's probably way higher. So it's like no company can reasonably manage every single one of those people directly. That's just not a thing I should expect them to do. I wish I could expect them to do that, but it's not reasonable for me to expect that. Get more charcoal up and running. It's a weird thing. I don't know. The Office of Social Cohesion for Cognitive Restructuring. Yes. Feels good to be alive in this world. That's an interesting one. I've never seen somebody get a good mood after seeing a body. Our human feels empathy remembering seeing the dwarf Morden Glassmoke's dead body. Feels satisfied at work. An interesting one. I don't know. I'm just happy that I'm able to get by doing this. You know, like, of course I sit here and I think, man, it would be really, really, really nice to get 500 organic subscribers without gifts. But, like, nobody on my team has gotten that before. Nobody. Like, I'm not even big enough to be able to request a week of partner promotion. Like, to be able to request a week of partner promotion, you need 200 subscribers that are all natural without any gifts. About 60 to 70 of my subs a month are gifted. The human's personality? Complicated. Like everybody's. I can find them. Boundless creative imagination, an amazing memory, a feel for music, and a way with words, and a good feel for social relationships. No empathy up there. Never discouraged, gripped by crippling shyness, always acts with mercy at the forefront of his consideration. That's probably what it is. Could not care less about his appearance, talents, or personal vanities, and pursues matters with a single mind, focused on overlooking other matters. Is always tense and jittery. Finds helping others emotionally rewarding. That's also helping. After seeing Morden's dead body, feels extremely confident in himself in situations requiring his skills. Because they don't have preservatives and cost twice as much as... I feel bad talking about things like organic subscriptions and whatnot around you guys, because I feel like I'm just like dropping you guys down to just being a number. I know there's like kind of a thing that you'll see all over Twitch, streamer Twitter and places like that going like, don't talk about viewers like they're just numbers because they're people. It's like, yeah, of course you're people. But like... I mean, he is or was a performer for years. So that would make sense. As long as I can be number one. Well, unfortunately, who was first today? Vinsati was first today, 4 hours ago. So you're not first. Building this nice metalworking guild. And their variable cultural values, right? 100 since 6 zeros in the same direction. I don't want that chip in my brain. Although I'll bet you your phone could tell you how much time you've wasted on the microwave. We got a butchery demonstration. Are they all just socializing? Yeah, I think they're all just socializing, but maybe, ever so maybe. Enjoy your lurks, pilot. Ever so maybe we'll get some metal demonstrations, metalworking demonstrations. Clutch, how do you like your job? Disgusted after being nauseated by the sun. It's not usual. You really like your job. You want a root access to the memory of your brain? Yeah, I'm good. I don't need that. They haven't even started on the chains yet. Hobo, have you actually, like, picked up any sort of weapon? Got a steel cap. Hobo is so covered in jewelry, I don't think he has any space left on his body for weapons. He's got a right shield, steel greaves. Yeah, he's literally got no weapon because he's so covered in... It's fucking glorious. A little bit worried about, like, what he's actually going to do when he actually has to fight somebody, but... Doesn't need a weapon, just got more gold chains. Yeah, and then he just whips them with the gold chains. Gold finger. Although it's more like mudstone finger. Because all of his jewelry is made of mudstone. It's a good thing they're not made out of metal. Because it'd be too slow to actually get anywhere. I mean, up the bum finger. It's just a different kind of gold digger, you know? Oboe has grown attached to a masterwork steel shield. That's not a problem. This is good. All right, so no caravan again this year. I think we have a problem. Interesting. Goblins took over that Hillix. Oh, I haven't had a caravan of traders from the mountain home in 4 years. No outpost liaison, nothing. Hey, darn cat. The last time they were here, they got dive bombed by a turkey vulture and left immediately before they even got to the trading post. Yeah. Hopefully. I mean, I know people who've gone very long periods of time. Without trading with the mountain homes, and it's been fine, but we're not at war with them. So I don't know. Well, this friend has to go get lunch, but that's neat of you. Cheers. Like how one of the spears here is made of bronze, so it's a different color. Just worried that they're at war with me now and the game's not telling me that. All right, guys, I gotta go do my lunch stuff. It's 1:15 p.m. It is lunchtime for me. For little old me, I've been streaming for 4 hours and 20 minutes. Nice, without a break. So I will be back in hopefully under 10 minutes. Gotta go get my lunch and do my insulin and all my injections. Hopefully that child quits vomiting. And if anything scary happens while I'm gone, can I get a round of beers? And if you happen to have sound commands, now's the time to use them. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. I return to you equipped with a bowl of rice. You will leave the memes on the floor and name a shield something dumb. All right. Hi, I return. What's up? Having an old microwave with a thermal sensor. Why did it have a thermal sensor? Rice is really good when you want 1 million of something. Rice is really good, just in general. Huh. Okay, never mind. That is actually really neat. Yeah, that's the Metalsmiths Guild down at the bottom now. Yeah, now it just needs voice controls. And, it needs to understand what just hot means. Man, I really wish it would tell me whose vomit this is. There's vomit everywhere, and I don't know whose it is. People who use the microwave to cook food bother me. Aqua. I know that there is like arguments to be made for like why cooking in the microwave is effective, but I hate it. Yes, this is true. Nonprofit. But they can identify somebody's skull. That's different, though. You've already cooked it. Like, that's reheating something. Like, I'm totally... Like, I have no issues with that. But it's somebody who takes, like, a raw potato and puts... Dwarf Vegas. I'd watch that show. But it's the people who put, like, a raw potato and, like, steam a potato in the microwave. He's just a weird dude with long hair and big muscles and chronic depression. Having a good time. Old. It doesn't taste as good. It never comes out as well in the microwave as it does in the oven. Done with my rice. Here. I have a problem. I've gotten used to the smell of, like, forest fire smoke. On stewing it? Okay, now see, that I understand. But that is part of the process of cooking. When I say that I'm bothered, like, I'm totally fine with people using the microwave as part of cooking something else. Like, if you're going to stew it, totally fine. If you're going to put it in a soup, totally fine. If you're going to use it in something else, totally fine. And, you know, it's just like using a microwave to defrost a chicken, right? I did that yesterday. What I'm bothered by are people who will make a full meal using nothing but the microwave. I just received a voicemail, but there's no missed call. What? Hold on a second. Fucking Purelator. Ugh, I don't ever want to have to deal with them again, but apparently I have to. Pieces of shit. So I, getting new insulin pens. It's a long story. But apparently they shipped them with Purelator. Purelator has never been able to get into my building. The entire time I've been here, they've never been able to get into my building. They have my buzzer number. They've never actually been able to get into my building. Amazon has no problem. Canada Post has no problem. DHL's fucking figured it out. No, it's a delivery company, Purelator. They're like a parcel delivery company. No, apparently they don't have my entry code. I'm like, but you have my entry code. It's fucking 1231. It's not like it's hard to... So I have to call them back. I'll call them tomorrow. I tried to get one of their employees fired once because she called me a stupid child to my face while I was picking up a package. Because I walked in there and I was just like... Didn't end up happening. Because I walked in there to pick up a package. It was actually this keyboard. And they were unable to get into my building. I gave up after their third attempt. And I was just like, I'll just come pick it up. I go to pick it up, and they're just like, do you have a physical proof of address? I'm like, no, but I got 2 pieces of picture ID. What more do you want from me? And they're like, well, we need a physical piece of, proof of address. I'm like, well, Canada Post doesn't. Amazon doesn't. Not UPS doesn't. Nobody else that I've picked packages up from do. And then they're like, well, we need it. It's our policy. I'm like, I literally have nothing with my physical address on it. All of my mail is digital, not physical. The only piece of mail I get that has my address on it is when fucking elections are happening and they mail me advertisements. I get literally no mail, physically. I'm like, so I have no government mail. Everything is digital. So what do you want me to do? And then she's just like, go home and find some mail. And I refused. I literally just sat in their fucking lobby until they brought it out. I don't need you to send me kitty pics. If you want to send me kitty pics, post them in post pics. I don't need kitty pics. We have a picture. We have a room in the Discord for that. Past that. Called pet pictures. Put them there. Well, I asked her why she was so obsessed with keeping my package. And then just like fucking sat there. She's holding it. I mean, it's like, it's fucking archaic policies that haven't been updated. So I always dread having to go get packages from them. And it's always like similar levels of chaos. You give them a censored bank statement? I can't even do that. My bank statements are digital. I get an emailed notification that my bank statement is ready to look at, and then I check it in my online banking. I don't even get that. Oh, you print them out. Yeah, because that's super legitimate. I don't own a printer. True story. All right, we'll sell these elves more wine. Because they're the only people who are trading with me now. You haven't owned a printer since 97? Yeah, I guess so. One of the many benefits of working in an office. Yeah, I've also been getting no notifications that I'm not getting caravans, which is odd. I think we only make it to prove our superiority to trees and the odd book collector. Now, paper still has tons of uses, but it drives me nuts that, like, every modern company in the world that delivers things doesn't need physical paper proof of address. But I bring in BCID, my care card, and my fucking passport, and that's not enough for you? Jesus Christ. More can I give you that I am who I am? The one time I actually had a hard time getting a package from Canada Post specifically was because it had a different name on the package, because a friend mailed it to me, which was fine. And the reason it was fine was because I was just like, well, here, I can prove to you I know what the package is. And they're like, well, how can you do that? And I'm like, well, I can tell you what company shipped it, where it shipped from, their address, and what the item is, and describe the package to you without even seeing it. And every single thing I got right. And they were like, you know what? You know it's coming from Black Screen Records from Germany. You know it's a record. And you know the address of where it was shipped from. Here you go. I'm just like, you know, fuck it, whatever. We don't want to keep the package here. We're trying to empty this warehouse, not fill it. Oh, 500? That's brilliant. I like it. Heads up, chat. Football Manager 2020 is free. As well as a decent platformer. Over on Epic Games. Axon's coming to trade. Medical Dwarf and Broker. I don't think there's any wood in that. By that, Owl. Fluffy Wambler, Great Horned Owl. Thanks, guys. In the US, they have general delivery at the post office. You can have mail sent to the office, and people can go pick it up with identification, no address needed. Yeah, I mean, that was the one time that I had issues with it with them at Canada Post, but outside of that, the only company that gives me problems is Purelator. To the point where, like, I won't order packages if I know that they're shipping via Purelator. DHL used to be almost as bad, but on the bright side, DHL now has access to my building, so it's no longer an issue. Before DHL had access to my building, we would have this problem where, oh, you want to fight? Put you into the bear fighters. Apostle, you want to fight, so we'll put you in the wrestling squad. The thing that was great about them is they would not notify you that they're delivering your package, wouldn't notify you that they failed to deliver your package. They would attempt to deliver it 3 times, and then they would send you a bill for failed delivery attempts. So you'd order something. It'd be weirdly late. And then a bill would show up in your mailbox 3 weeks later saying, hey, we attempted to deliver this package 3 times, failed all 3 times, so we sent your package back. If you were lucky, they might still be holding it. And then they would charge you again to pick up the package, which I'm pretty sure is illegal. Or should be if it's not. No, you were depressed before you had the child. But you're doing individual combat drills now, which I'm sure will help. On fire? Why, so they spontaneously combust when they open it? Just like in Dwarf Fortress, King? Yeah, no, it used to happen to us all the time. All the goddamn time. Satisfied learning about wrestling. I love dwarves socializing and getting good moods from it when they're socializing alone. It's funny to me. That always works. Yeah, always. And especially when you don't get any sleep. You have a package that's about to deliver. That means you need to put on pants. I'm weird. I wear jeans of my own accord. I like wearing jeans. I feel weird when I'm not wearing jeans. Yeah, I do. Sui named her sword Gamesh Stinthad, an iron short sword. Yeah, the Hades soundtrack sounds very Doom. I like it, but it's very Doom. Oh, I have no issues with Canada Post, with UPS, with any of my Amazon delivery guys who I've seen the same time multiple times. It's just Purelator I have issues with. I don't know, like I was about to make the joke up before you said that last line was, I don't know, maybe your driver would appreciate you showing up with no pants on. You're fighting right now, you twit. Yell at you because he was at the wrong address. Okay. Why? Something seems wrong about that situation. Yelling at you because he was at the wrong address. I mean, does anybody here remember when I had the FedEx driver call me, deliver the wrong package to me, and then my package to somebody upstairs, and I was about to walk back out there to be like, oi, I didn't order, like, whatever this is, and that's not my name. Because I didn't check the package itself when he handed it to me. And I guess the guy upstairs didn't either. And then right as I went over to the door to go open the door to head back outside to see if the FedEx guy was still there, this random bloke's outside going, hey, are you Gregory? I'm like, yeah. And he goes, I just got given the wrong package. Is this your package? I'm like, yes, that's my package. Thank you. Is this, are you Azib? Yes, here you go. Thank you. Bye. Nice to meet you, neighbor. From the 4th floor. Oh, that's funny. Why would he be pissed? That's his boo-boo. Especially if it's, like, just the other driveway. Like, it's not like he's wasting much time. He must have been having a shitty day. I feel for the guy. Just so that you fucking believe me. There you go. Purelator. Now do you believe that they exist? I mean, that's how they pronounce it. No. Is Purelator a Canadian thing? I always kind of just assumed they were global. He looks like a meth head. Hey, man, I look like a meth head. I've had, like, heck, even my mother has told me that I have the homeless guy look pretty down-packed. I'm like, come on, Mom. Although it's better than my one friend whose older sister says he's got the school shooter look down-packed. Yeah, my mom has told me when I have my hair down, I look homeless. Actually, there was one time when I had to go down to Seattle for a day to go pick up some stuff that a friend was giving me. And when I was down there, I actually got told to move along when I was sitting outside drinking a cup of coffee at a coffee shop by a security guard. Because, as he said, I looked homeless. I'm like, I'm a paying customer. And I've been here for 10 minutes. The fuck? Like, I get it, but like, this is Seattle. You should be used to people who look like this. Come on. Christ. I was half expecting him to tell me to go back to Portland. Obviously, fake website turpentine, sure. Admittedly, I was carrying a Rubbermaid container at the time. But I swear that was because I was going to put a steering wheel and flight stick in it. It was even more fun getting that back across the border. Because they're just like, why are you crossing the border? And I'm just carrying a Rubbermaid container. And I'm on a bus. And they're like, why are you crossing the border? I'm like, well, I'm going home. Why were you in Seattle today? I was visiting a friend. Why were you visiting that friend? Because he's moving and he was giving me some things. He's like, what things? And he's got like this very stern look on his face. I'm like, and I pointed at the box. He goes, what's in the box? Open up the box. And I'm like, it's a bunch of video gaming equipment. And this guy gets like this fucking funny look on his face. He starts smiling. And he's like, steering wheel and joystick. Okay. Sure you didn't buy this? I'm like, positive. He gave it to me. How did you meet this person? And I'm sitting here going, oh boy, how do I explain TwitchCon and my friend's moderator? I'm just sitting there going, I met him at a work event. He goes, what work event? And I'm sitting here going like, do you need to ask me all these questions? And I'm like, video game convention. He goes, you work in video games? I'm like, yeah. And he goes, what games do you play? Like, I'm getting through just fine, aren't I? And he goes, yep. Like, thanks, man. Bye. At the time, Truck Simulator and Elite Dangerous. It was just very funny. The most depressed, yeah. I mean, I had a fucking... Okay, to be fair, I got strip searched on the way down. The way down was pretty bad. I have generally no problems getting back into Canada. It's getting into the States I've had problems multiple times. And I'm convinced it's the hair. It's like, they grilled me about what I do for a living. They're like, why are you going down on a Wednesday afternoon? I'm like, it's my day off. They're like, well, what do you do for a living that your day off is a Wednesday? I'm like, I work at McDonald's. Like, they give me fucked hours, right? Like, well, why do you look so tired? I worked last night. But no, the reason I got strip searched was because I had this Rubbermaid container that was empty. Like, there was literally nothing in it. Just big old Rubbermaid container. I'm going down to the States. Because we had to carry all of our luggage and to get it x-rayed and shit. And they did the, well, it's a random search. We're pulling this guy out. There was like 12 of us on the bus or something, and everybody was like, looked like they were commuting except me, and I'm wearing a hoodie, like a black hoodie. I had a toque on, long hair, headphones, and a Rubbermaid container and a backpack. But I looked like a drug trafficker, probably. Let's go lock up the brewing again. I got more alcohol than I need. Complete assholes? Yep. Yeah, no, those fuckers stripped me down to my boxers. Well, they made me strip down to my boxers. To prove I didn't have anything, like, under my clothes. Those folks are pretty nice every time. I feel like Alaska's kind of honorary Canada in some ways. Well, certain parts of Alaska is. 'Cause Alaska's just kind of like fucking wilderness, mostly. So they're just kind of small town wildlings and fishermen. I've always wanted to go to Alaska. Went to Mexico on trips, the church, and they searched us going into Mexico, but on the way back, they were just like, yeah, go ahead. Yep. Sounds about right. But yeah, no, and if anybody ever tries to tell you that, like, looks won't get you in trouble at borders, oh my god. It's like... What are you gonna traffic? Probably weed. Although it's gotten harder to get into Seattle now that weed is legal. Because now they're all like, you have any weed on you? Nope. Have you smoked weed recently? Yes. Did you forget you had weed in your backpack? No, I don't have weed in my backpack, sir. Yeah, but there's nothing in the Yukon. Granted, there's not much up there in Alaska either. The thing is, all the cruises that go up that way go past Alaska. I've actually been thinking about doing that as a method to disconnect once this pandemic world is over. Just go on a fucking cruise by myself. Or take my mom or something. I might actually do that one of these summers. And just not buy the internet package. Just disconnect from the internet for 5 days. It's basically the same, yeah. He's half Arabic, and he says he gets randomly picked on. You're not talking about Rami Ishmael, are you? Because Rami gets messed up at airports. The one and only. Yeah, Rami's great. I've only met him a couple times, but he has no idea who I am, but he's a good Twitter follow. This does sound like Doom fan music when you're listening to it independently. Chat, does this sound like Doom? Or am I crazy? All you can eat buffets? Yeah. I mean, that wouldn't be a problem. I can get tons of insulin. Granted, the other thing that I really want to do at some point, it is probably instead of TwitchCon, is me and Stone Hobo we're throwing around the idea of just going to Mexico for a week. But not going to touristy Mexico and going to one of the street food hotbeds. And just doing nothing but eating street food. Just still something I want to do, but I need to get better at carb counting. So. Like penis music. If you're making a joke, me no get, but I... How the procedure is supposed to go? Rami has done a lot of really, really, really interesting talks about the way Islamic and Arabic writings are portrayed digitally, and it's fucking fascinating. Am I looking at? First time they came for him once he was boarding the plane. Well, shit. I love how Bellinaire is now tweeting about the hurdy-gurdy music that I sent him. But then again, it's kind of a similar thing to Russians. I'll bet you Russians are getting really fucking tired of shooting Russians in every single video game ever made. Like, I don't know. I feel weirdly privileged to be Canadian and never have to shoot Canadians in video games, because everybody loves Canada. Like, I don't think there's ever... I'd be shocked if there's a single video game in existence where you run around and shoot Canadians, unless it's like Postal. What's the teal rocks? Those aren't rocks. Those are open space. These? This is open space. So this is just big open hole. Big hole. That's the whole fort. Giant hole. The fortress. $10 dental work is actually affordable there. It's affordable in Canada, too. Yeah, I want to go to Mexico, but I don't want to go to tourist Mexico. I want to go to real Mexico. But, you know, once there's a vaccine for this fucking pandemic. And they're not on the border. Yeah, that's fair. Back in the good old days, you'd just go to your barber and he'd rip your tooth out. Would negate the dental savings? Yeah, probably. Oh, actually, that would make sense. But that's a joke. There's... Okay. Let me rephrase it. There is no serious self-serious video game in existence, most likely, where you unironically shoot Canadians. Because, like, the whole joke with South Park is that the Canadians are evil, right? As a Canadian, I can confirm we are definitely prime evil. I guess, like, there's probably sports titles where you have to compete against Canadians, but... Actually, Death Road to Canada, you might eventually shoot Canadian zombies. Was hunting Canada geese. There are Canadians in squad. Okay. Okay, so you could, in theory, be playing as, like, a side against the Canadians. Okay. Okay. I guess I could count that. I don't know. If I was Russian, I would just feel real... I'd be real tired of fighting Russians in video games. To be honest, I'm not Russian, and I'm pretty fucking tired of fighting Russians in video games. Although, thankfully, America's getting kind of self-referential, and we're starting to shoot Americans. Although, what's the name of that game with the good sand tech? The super meta, like, third-person shooter. I own it. Spec Ops The Line. That was it. Spec Ops The Line did that long time ago. Yeah, Spec Ops. Good game. I enjoyed that thing. Yeah, sometimes it's Russians, sometimes it's Germans. Although in Germany, you never shoot Germans, they just change them to other things. Australia, you shoot weird rubber dolls because blood is illegal. And will ruin the children. Is that still... I'm making that joke, but, like, is that still a thing in Australia that they censor the ever-living shit out of every single video game that comes out? Because I always go back to when Hotline Miami 2 was pronounced illegal in Australia and was just like, what? Oh, yeah, I guess, like, Hearts of Iron and Civilization. Shoot emu. Yeah. Has anybody made that video game yet? Like, Australia versus emus? Because I want that tower defense game. Like, that mobile tower defense game where you, like, line up an army of soldiers on a fence and just, like, a wall of emus comes towards you and you have to gun them down. The reason I bring it up, Coldfire, is because I always go back to that footage that came out of this is what Left 4 Dead 2 looks like in Australia, and there's no blood, and the zombies disappeared the literal fucking second they hit the ground. It was very strange. Go put more temples up here in these walls. Hey, Hendrika. Checking Gmod. Check Gmod, man. Check Gmod before you wreck your Gmod. But how we doing today, Hendrika? It's a pity that Flash is dead. Hold fire. But yeah, there's probably like 10 Newgrounds games. There's a game called Emu War, which looks very Goat Simulator-esque. Surprised? Is there an emu simulator? Because I feel like that would be like some YouTube trash right there. What kind of rum you drinking? Ooh. I like rum. I miss rum. I especially like darker rums. I miss rum. Rum was one of those drinks that my parents would judge me for drinking. Emu War. Okay, I do like the fact that it has a military hat on. I really like that. Everything else about this looks garbage. It's an early access game with 6 user reviews, and it was released in March. Yes, except Destroy All Humans is actually good. Also, Destroy All Humans has mechs, thus making it by default infinitely better. I really like the way these walkways look. They super neat. I have no idea what I'm actually going to do with them. Right now I'm just kind of cutting my way over to all of this ore, and we're going to mine the ore out. Yeah, murder the humans. It's one of those moments where you're just like, games like this, destroy all humans. Yep, touche. Well played, games like this, generator. Not sold on the falsetto voice in this track. Decent though. Also, cheers guys for the follows today. We finally broke 12,800. I've been stuck from like 12,700-ish to 12,750 for a while. Because I lost a buttload of followers when I took that week off. I lost like roughly 100 followers-ish over the span of like 3 days. It's still kind of crazy to me that that actually happened. Must have been like an old account deletion session or something. Very weird. Lost a ton of followers that month. And it's kind of taken a while to get past that. So it feels good to crawl over 12,800. Oh hey, Phoenix Point is coming out on Steam with the 1-year edition. Probably a much better game than originally came out. '10th of December. Wonder if that'll be worth going back to. Because I really, really, really liked the idea of that game. Yeah. Well, here's the thing, right, Turpentine? I generally break even on followers. I usually get like probably about 15 followers a day. And I usually gain about as many as I lose in a day. But usually in a month, I end up gaining like 90 to 100 followers. It's just nice to kind of finally break past that kind of block that I've been stuck on for a while. But yes, you are probably very much correct that it's old account deletions or bot deletions or people claiming names for dead accounts or whatever. They've been around so long, right? I've kind of had to just like not care at all about followers, and that's why I have no notifications for it, because it's just like there's no reasons. There's no reason to. An arch nemesis? Well, clearly I have an arch nemesis who dislikes every single one of my YouTube videos twice. Clearly. That's a fact. I know that much. Which personally I think is absurdly amusing. Every single VOD for this Fortress series I've put up has a dislike or two on it. Because and they all happened yesterday. All around the same time. It was like between like 1 p.m. and about 10 o'clock at night. Every single one of those videos got a dislike. Not the one I put up this morning, though. Got him. So, get fucked, I guess. Battery hasn't seen it. They haven't seen it. Assume what my arch nemesis may be. Goddamn supervillain. Thanks for the interactions, fucko. He thinks he's clicking. I mean, honestly, I don't mind getting dislikes on videos. If a video gets more dislikes than likes, then I'm a little concerned, because that's like somebody trying to tell me something. But like, if a video gets a couple dislikes, it's whatever. Really. Like, you know, if it's overwhelmingly disliked and people are yelling at me in the comments, then like, maybe there's a problem. But if it's like a couple nice comments, couple kind of whatever comments, and then a bunch of likes, and then suddenly 2 dislikes, it's like, someone's just having a bad day and they probably need a hug. And sometimes I double click. Don't be silly. You don't watch my YouTube channel. Come on. It's just, I think it's hilarious. Although at the end of the day, I'm just fucking happy that there's 69 people watching me play Dwarf Fortress in a wild marathon fortress that no one should ever actually watch. 46 years in. 41 years in total out of 1,000. Any Hades 1.0? I can't really play Hades. I don't see well enough. I played the early access version, and I can't get past, like, the 3rd level. I just finished listening to the soundtrack, because that soundtrack's great, but, like, I realize that that game is very good, and I don't see well enough to play it. So unless you want to see me die on level 1 and 2 on repeat, I don't think I can play that game. You're just listening. I mean, that's about, honestly, what most people do with my streams, I think. I think DF is a much more lax game than I think a lot of people realize. A lot of people think it's this super complicated, in-depth, always taking all of your attention. You have to micromanage every little aspect of it. But in reality, no, it's not. It's just kind of a game that plays itself that you can just kind of experience and watch while you do your own thing. Like on my channel, Morden, or just in general? I just hope that my YouTube channel gets to a point where it pays for the hours that I put into it. Oh, on your channel. Interesting. Yeah, I don't that's funny. Oh, on any channel, yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, that's just how it is. Some people are oddly dedicated to trying to damage What are you stuck on, Oldfire? Perhaps we can help. Might make like a suspended house up here. Make a few bedrooms up here or something. Or a suspended temple. It'd be kind of cool. What do you guys think of like a temple kind of suspended in the middle of this walkway? That could be kind of cool. Because we've got the god of earth down here. We could have like the god of gems up there. And make all of the walls gem windows. Kind of neat, actually. The god of jewels is quite a popular deity in this fortress. Ooh. I like those shenanigans. We'll repost on Team Discord and ask for feedbacks. Right now, finding metal... I gotcha. To look at layers, you need to compare with the wiki. I would almost recommend re-embarking. Like, if you don't find metal, especially if you had access to shallow metal, I would actually just recommend making a new fort. But if you're super attached to your fort, maybe just kind of accept that you may or may not have a hard time finding that. Grandma Sweets, thanks for the $5.
Just got a new job, so we wanted to say thanks for helping me get into DF.
It's got a new job. Just want to say thanks for helping me get into DF. Problem. For the $5. Cheers. I'm gonna get a round of beers in chat for the $5 tip. Cheers. No problem. Glad I could be of service. We're going to make a suspended temple up here. Be fun. Oh, that's not flooring. That was a capital F. You almost got it, Silvertongue. Also, sorry for the disappointment on the highly unlikelihood of Hades 1.0 streams. Because I would like to play that game, but... How long is a single run? Wait, you think that's long? That's not long. It just feels long? That's not good. Suspended until further notice. I mean, if it ceases to be suspended, you have a problem, sir, so... If it's suspended, that's by design. If not suspended, call a manager. Or scream loudly. I just need more people to play Jupiter Hell and other good games like that. That being said, I need Brigador Killers to come out. Does that have a release date yet, or is it still just 2020 in quotes? Still just 2020. God damn it. Stellar jockeys. But yeah, no, I think for me, 40 minutes for a run-based game is pretty standard. Like, that's like... For an action run-based game, that is very standard. So for a game like Hades... that's about right. About 40 minutes. I think that long is... If you're talking about long with a run-based game, you're looking at upwards of 2 hours. So for me, too long for a run-based game is like 2+ hours. Most of those games will also have a timer at the end and tell you how long you were in the run, but I don't know if Hades does. Actually... 40 minutes to an hour is what I'm reading. Well then, that's a you problem. Why are you so slow, Scrumpet? All the other dwarves are so much faster. Okay. Maybe you're just really weak. But seriously though, why were you so slow? You were a very slow dwarf coming and going there. Ugh. I keep accidentally doing capital F. Also, Fog. Discord shenanigans for a second. Also, good news, everybody. Good news. Very, very good news. No, not kobolds. But the traders have arrived.
NANI?
They only brought 2 wagons and a couple livestock. As long as they don't run away again. I mean, if they don't run away again, we're sending them shields. And a bunch of barrels of wine. Bunch of bags of seeds. Spice barrel. Spice pot. Plant pots and barrels. Fish barrels. Meat barrels. Can give them some instruments. Not the Keurig, though. That's important. We got to keep that. The weapons. Keeping most of the battle axes, though, for chopping woods. Take a copper pick. Let's go into clothing. So that they don't go equip the, like, tattered clothing, because they totally will. Then they'll complain that they have tattered clothing on them. Like, well, whose fucking fault is that? Right? Like, you did it to yourself, you weirdo. And then just to pad things off a bit. Here goes the outpost liaison. Still the same outpost liaison. Missed him. We certainly missed him. Yeah, no idea. I mean, the last time we had traders... This is the first time this stream we've had traders, and we had none last stream either. It's probably been about 8 years? It's been a very long time. My name is Mr. I am your liaison from the Mountain Homes. It's been a number of years, dwarves. Let's discuss your situation. Please don't let those darned birds attack us again, or I swear to Christ we might have a war, but there is much to share. Information has been added to the civilization and map info. What requests do you have of our merchants? All of the metal. I must have missed him. Yep. Definitely missed him. About your wood and refused to trade with you? Did you try and sell them wood? Nothing else is needed. Yeah, only Kia blood. Yeah, Coldfire, did you try and sell them wood? Elves will not buy wood of any sort. Barrels? Yeah, barrels is wood. That's wood made into barrels. They will not buy that. They'll buy pots made out of rock. They will not purchase any item constructed from wood. And congratulations, you're now at war with the elves. I think it's that easy. You fuck up one trade, and you go to war with them, pretty much. It's one of the reasons why people hate them so much. We have finalized the import agreement, dwarves. Feel free to go over the documents. Let's discuss what we are willing to offer you for your good craftsmanship. They want spears, crowns, splints, sheet, legwear, ammunition, powder, rings, crutches, amulets, prepared meals. Crew, look forward to our meeting next year. We regret not coming for so long. Our fortunes rise and fall together. All right, let's see what's changed in the world since they were last here. All right, so they're no longer sieging the goblins. These goblins have spread quite dramatically. That, and that are all new pits. There's no new pits down here, although did they... They did not successfully capture Spidery Desert, even after sieging it for like 15 years. This dwarven faction, the Healing Rim, who we are at peace with, have expanded greatly. I'd like to trade with them. We haven't spoke with these dwarves in a while. The Ring of Corridors. We have no contact with them. The elves have spread quite considerably. Goblins over here, we have no idea. They have also have not spread. These humans, we only find out stuff about them. The Council of Tiring. They and the rocks humans. These guys, like the people of stone. Yeah, the realms of stone and. The Confederacy of Sport. Those two human civilizations, we only find out stuff from them when visitors give us rumors. That's literally just wood cut into the shape of gems, though. It's not really... Can chat after stream, possibly? Gotcha. Because I think we might be finished on that project. Although, we are maybe... Actually, hold on. I'm going to send you a personal DM. All right, so the Outpost Liaison's now hanging out in our library. Squug is pondering etymology. To know. Bring our trader up here. You'd hear more about the counseling on tiring, but they don't do too much. Too tired. No, that would be the Council of Wheeling. They're a tire manufacturer. Obviously. We are the pirates who don't do anything. We just stay at home and lie around. And if you ask us to do anything, we just tell you. I grew up with Veggie Tales. It's probably one of the greatest things to actually come out of that. Hey, all of, I think, Larry's song parodies, which, by the way, are like the original YouTube song parodies for me, are probably some of the best things to actually come out of VeggieTales. Fuck you this time, bot. I mean, bot fucks with people, okay? Until you were like 25. Yeah, if you were, okay, if you had a Christian upbringing in the right era, you literally watch nothing else. And that's kind of what I've learned. Axon is sleeping. I need you to go trade. Not exactly helpful. Oh, I know why. Because you're currently in the military. Yes, the bot fucks. Of course the bot fuck. Oh, where is my hairbrush? Oh, where is my hairbrush? Oh, that was one of the first ones, man. Although honestly, the only silly song that I still unironically enjoy is "Oh, Where Is My Cheeseburger." What all do you put in my bedrooms? Standard bedroom is bed, cabinet, coffer, or bed, cabinet, chest, depending on the material. If you are making a fancy bedroom, bed, cabinet, chest, maybe a statue, armor rack, and a weapon stand. And then after that, you can just get as fancy as you want. I will gladly take every single one of these bars. Spare corpse. The essentials, yes. Where's my drill? But yeah, no, the cheeseburger is probably my favorite one. Oh, I love a cheeseburger. I love a cheeseburger. I'll come back for you. Speaks to my soul, really. Are you also one of those people who goes onto the forums and then complains that dwarves are too whiny? Just asking for science, Taco. Poetic? I know, right? Beautiful, truly. Work of art, even. And the room instantly becomes a royal empty room. Yep. Well, it's not quite royal for one engraving, but yeah. You just find it funny? Okay, cool. Because there are a lot of people who do that and then go and bitch all over Reddit and the forums that dwarves are too whiny. And I'm just like, but... I mean, Bot's had a sword longer than you, so probably he's had some more practice with it, frankly. Wow, those cool colored splints. Fungi wood splints. All of that stuff. All right. That's no sword? Yeah, and that's no moon. What's your point? Trade. And go over here and offer the rest as a gift. Morbam says, we'll see to it our leader gets this offering. And they are ecstatic with the trading. Please come back next year. God damn it. parry this. I mean, you get 2 weapons for being subbed to this channel. You get a gun and a mouth laser coming out of a skull. Whatever you think might happen to be more powerful. Who are you, Indiana Jones? He is the Doctor. Dr. Jones. Calling Dr. Jones? Get up now? I mean, that wasn't entirely what I was trying to convey, but it seems to have worked out that way. Aqua, I'm happy that you're dead. Oh dear. There is so many layers to that statement. I just Aqua's immediate response. Way too fucking funny. Sorry, Aqua. Other Aqua, you know? Distant relative, I think. Whew. That's too fucking funny. Obviously, I was talking about Aqua, the music group, not Aqua Funkalistic Booty Wap, the member of the chat room. Totally unrelated. But I also was not referring to the dwarf who is named Aqua, who is now dead. We have a problem. Chat. Very big problem. R.I.P. Axon. The slut. Sorry, Axon, you're dead. And Chief Medical Dwarf. You had a good run. You want to know the sad bit? Is you killed yourself. You deconstructed the floor underneath you while standing on it. It was a work accident. I think Lump was your lover, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 children. The good tomb. Done. Clearly, dwarves are actually Looney Tunes characters.
Many people ask me, Nikita, will the blin.
So bad, Ryan? Also, Ryan, there's new pendulum out. We need to talk about it on a podcast that we do. Is that one, right? Yeah, it's that one. I'm gonna actually put a second tomb in here. Or a second sarcophagus in there. And I'm going to make it into Lump's tomb. Wait, no, that's the wrong one. So that Lump can be buried with Axon. Also, we have Goats, who is a doctor. Are you actually good at being a doctor? The question. Brave in the face of imminent danger. You should be in the military. Troubled by his natural tendency. Not really. Tomorrow's a cluster. Tomorrow's a cluster. I have a secret unannounced announcement for tomorrow. I have a team stream, dropping a cassette deck off with somebody, and hanging out with my little sister. Tomorrow's a cluster. We'll always see Lump. Oh. I will make it slightly bigger so that they can be buried together. I don't like your style, Dakanuva. Also, I want this fortress to last. So no. No desire to do that. I'm a big fan of that. Yeah, you must be newer to this fort than Takanuva, because the goal for this fortress is to keep the fort alive and functioning for 1,000 years in game. Currently, we are on year 46 mid-autumn, which means this fortress is 41 years old. You're just memeing. I figured. This one. Cool. 30-something years was my other longest one, probably. Nap, probably full-on sleepy time. Enjoy your nap / probably full-on sleepy time. Here comes the Electrum statue. I don't know which one's the right one. Let's just guess. And for an artificial mountain to be constructed around it? I mean, let's see. What have we achieved in 40 years? A tower that goes all the way up to here. And a really big hole. With several constructions in it. With a full 24 hours. Yeah, good luck. So, Ryan, are you going to stream yourself doing live reactions for the full 24 hours? I'm just saying, you should do that. Reacting to 24 hours of Le Mans with Rhinestone. All right, Broker gets to be Screw. And no one has any relevant jobs to Chief Medical Dwarf. Was it Scrumpet who wanted to help anybody at all costs? I want to say it was Scrumpet who had the really good heart. Where are you at, Scrumpet? There you are. Reminds you of Honeystoker? Clearly you haven't looked at Honeystoker in a while. Honeystoker was a much smaller pit. Much, much smaller. He's frequently depressed. Finds something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate. He's always in love with somebody, easily develops positive feelings, is truly fulfilled by assisting those in need. She is obsessed with structure in her own life. Yeah. Yeah, no, Scrumpet's gonna be the new Chief Medical Dwarf. Second generation Chief Medical Dwarf. The next project could be 1,000 years of uploading, but they're already up though. It would be more like 1,000 years of rendering. That or like 1,000 years of fundraising so I could buy 1,000 years worth of hard drives to store 1,000 years worth of Dwarf Fortress. Now don't stand on the damn thing while you're deconstructing it, eh? You big dummies. Just keep close eye that nobody falls. Stop, you're already dead. I realize you're already dead, but we need to give Scrumpet some medical tasks to do, you know? Hey, though, you did have a really good run. Like, it doesn't matter how much goes on in this fortress in the future. You're going to be one of the most renowned dwarves in the fort because of how long you remained alive for and how many kids you had. Like, your dwarf is going to go down in history. And we need to name one of your dwarf's kids, Axon. We need to do that. Have actual, like, generational naming. Actually, no, it's a pathing problem. What makes you say that, Apostle? I mean, naming your child Eternal is kind of a rude joke. You know? It's kind of like naming your child Intelligence! And then them being really dumb. Like, why would anybody do that to a kid? Especially in Dwarf Fortress. It's just bad parenting, frankly. You birthed Thanos. God, could you imagine birthing Thanos? Mom would explode. I've always wondered how Thanos shaves. Because his chin has that weird texture to it. What year are we at? 46. So 41 years of fort. Here's the cut. 41 years of fort. I haven't done the math in a while on how many hours I've spent in this fortress, but we're on what? Stream 15? It's been more than 2 weeks. I think there was an early estimate that was 27 weeks. I don't know why, but like when pictures of Thanos were first being released after the trailers came out, I remember looking at a Reddit post where somebody was just like, how does Thanos shave? And I've thought about it a lot since, but the one response that's stuck with me more than anything that I think is hilarious is with a drill. It's like, how does Thanos shave? And one of the highest upvoted responses was just with a drill. And I just can't get that image out of my head. But it's just funny to me. I don't know why, but did I get snapped on Reddit? I don't know what you mean. I mean, I know about the Thanos snap stuff, but I don't know what you mean. Oh, no. Sorry, I don't participate in dumb marketing gimmicks like that on Reddit. Also, I was so fucking done with Marvel by the time that movie was coming out. I just didn't give a flying fuck. Although I did see that movie in theaters and thought it was uninteresting, disappointing, and rather boring. I feel like I'm the only person in the world who's like, yeah, the Endgame stuff. That was real fucking dull. But I think it's just because I was just super done with all of those characters. I get you. They always say it's community-run fun. Yeah, no, I wasn't aware that was a thing. It's copied from Lord of the Rings? I mean, I never watched part 2. You weren't burnt out yet? I can't count the number of Marvel movies I've seen. Like, if you're gonna watch Marvel movies, watch the Spider-Man movies, not the old ones, the new ones, and watch Iron Man 1. I think that's, like, the only ones I can actually recommend as movies. Part of me would say Winter Soldier, but you kind of need to see a bunch of other movies in order to see that, and that's not worth it. You need to watch a bunch of bad movies to kind of get what's going on in Winter Soldier. You see, if I saw that movie drunk or high, I would have very much enjoyed it. But I watched it stone cold fucking sober, and it was dull as all can be. Oh. Didn't realize I was that close to this. Just give you a taller ceiling then. I did not realize I was only 1Z level beneath this pathway. I thought I was further down. That's okay. I hated Guardians of the Galaxy. I don't know. I just... Movies that make me want to punch the main characters, I'm never going to get along with. And I can't fucking tolerate Star-Lord. I just want to hit him. I just want to hit him. In theory, I should love that movie. I didn't. Yeah, there are no movie theaters with bars in here, unless it's a privately run small one. Like the Rio Theater here has that, but all of the big chains, they can't legally sell alcohol. Star-Lord piss you off too? At least I'm not the only one. Yeah, no, in Canada, movie theaters can't legally sell alcohol. Unless it's an 19 plus showing. So if it's a 19 plus movie, they can serve alcohol. Basically, if you're the indie movie theater, you can sell alcohol. So the only movie theater in Vancouver that I go to ever that serves alcohol is called the Rio, who's owned by a celebrity, which is owned by a celebrity. And it's great. Lovely theater, but they're never going to show, like, Endgame. You mean with your rocket, King? Yeah, it's owned by Ryan Reynolds. That's who owned it. I had to Google it. I always forget his fucking name for some reason. Makes it better in multiple ways. Yep. Yeah, I don't know. I think like once I feel comfortable going to movie theaters again, I think the Rio is probably the only theater I'm ever actually going to go to. Partially because it's the only one that allows alcohol, but also because like they show movies I'm actually interested in, like random art house films and good documentaries and shit. This is a tall ass ceiling. Holy shit. I think I've made a lot of nice bars. Only I've seen a few first-run studios serve alcohol, but a bunch of ones that serve food and alcohol. I've never actually been in a movie theater that sold anything outside of popcorn food-wise in my entire life. That's such a alien concept to me. You can't engrave ceiling. I mean, you can engrave the floor, but they don't see it on the ceiling now. At least I don't think so. Never seen any moods for it. I've actually never seen a dwarf respond to the value of a engraving. I think it's interesting. I know they enjoy engraving, but I've never seen them actually notice an engraving. I have no idea. You mean like if there's no ceiling? Yeah, then it adds to the value of that room level. I don't think multiple story ceilings can map. I don't think. I could be wrong though. Yeah, I've seen The Social Dilemma. I mentioned that I'd seen it and then was called dumb by somebody in my chat for not knowing that information previously. And it's like, well, I kind of knew it, but it's one thing to know it and it's another thing to be told by somebody that about what's going on. You know what I mean? It was fucking fascinating. But only one floor? I mean, this building has multiple Z levels, but I don't think it actually matters. It's more for the player than anything. Like, this is a very tall ceiling. So 1 Z level, 2 Z levels, 3 Z level ceiling, right? But it's not going to actually affect the value of the room at all. It's more for the player at that point. I don't believe I've ever actually seen that one, no. I mean, maybe I have and just don't remember it, but I don't believe I've ever actually seen that one. Exactly, yeah. Felt a bit funny with the dramatized section, then it's overall, this is the message feeling. What do you mean funny? Funny in a good way or funny in a bad way? So this is going to be a new temple once that wall gets actually built. Half expecting somebody to fall up there. Nobody dead. What is blocking you? Nothing is blocking you. The hell? Yeah, I always feel weird about dramatized sections in documentaries, just in general. There's always something weird about them for me that I don't like. I've never liked them. Like, I'm here to watch real footage of a thing, not reacted bits of a thing, you know? Reacted is the wrong word, but like... I don't know, it's always just kind of felt weird to me. You know what, screw it. We'll put a floor there and then put a gem window in there, because I don't know what the heck's up with that. But yeah, no, The Social Dilemma is a very well-made documentary that I enjoyed a lot. Not intentionally, no, screw it. I did say screw it, but not in reference to you. This is going to be a temple to the god of gems, so I gotta put a lot of gem windows everywhere. Even though they're not actually going to be going anywhere. Finally figured out a way to describe my feeling when my blood sugar is high. Now that I think about it. It feels like having pins and needles in your entire body. Random thought, but... Oh yeah, that was a good one. Fog. Felt a bit more structured. I would actually say that I think I preferred The Great Hack overall as a documentary, but this one felt like a very, very well formulated, thought out film to make a point. Versus this is a story about a thing that happened. This is more of this is an informational video on why social media is fucked. You know? And how we need to fix it. Yeah. Shin Russet Amber. The Red Rocks. And you don't mind being a hypocrite in saying that I did enjoy the minimalism documentary that kind of both had an evolving story and an overall message. You mean the one just called Minimalism? The Shrine of Gold. Now that's going to be called the Shrine of Gems game. Let's rename that from the Shrine of Gold to the Shrine of Gem! Also, I totally forgot to put that, that artifact into here. It'd be pretty easy to find because it shouldn't be on one of those pedestals. Figurine of Ashen. There it goes. There it is. I don't see how that's hypocritical, I guess. Fuck. Yeah, no, the minimalism documentary is one of my favorite docs. Yeah, the Matt Development. Okay, yeah, I was gonna say that's what I thought you were talking about. It's a really, really, really well done documentary. Supposedly he's working on another full-length feature film. I don't know what it is, but supposedly he is. Yeah, they're like incapable of building above that. That's fascinating. I wonder if it's got anything to do with this wall. Odd. What about vertical bars? I just don't want anybody falling. Not that they will, but... Yeah. Okay, they can build bars. Fine. We'll roll with that. Well, at least you can pray to Shin, Russet, Amber, the Red Rocks. Wouldn't explain why nobody else can, but... Hopefully they have good moods in here. All right, so now we got 2 fancy temples built. We got one for the god of earth and one for the god of rock. One for the god of rocks, gems. I guess rocks and gems are kind of the same thing. Are just based on similar narrative structures? I guess. I don't know. I think kind of all 3 of those, like, there are very few documentaries on Netflix that I think are bad. Like, Netflix-made documentaries that are bad. Very, very, very few. Or at least all of the recent ones they've done have all been incredibly good. Like, heck, even the fucking documentary that they did on the Mafia relatively recently was bloody fascinating. From somebody who kind of, like, grew up after all of that stuff was over, right? Got a lot of blocks. How much lead do we have? 144. Lead statue. Use 50. Dwarf admiring his spear. I was paid by Curiosity Stream to stream documentaries once a week for a month and a half. It was the best sponsored deal I've ever done, and the result is I have a lifetime subscription to Curiosity Stream, so ask me anything about Curiosity. About a year ago now. Well, no, not quite a year ago. Started in December last year. Yeah, Fear City was fucking brilliant. Actually, a little bit shocked that Quatch isn't a metalworker yet. You're a dabbling armor smith. I hate Dirty Money. I had to stop watching that show. It made me so mad. Which is probably, like, the intention, but, like, that show was actually causing me, like, uncomfortable amounts of stress. Just the act of watching that show was oppressively depressing. No, I didn't. McMillions? I did not. For personal reasons. Mostly because, as somebody who worked for McDonald's for, oh God, 8 years? Almost 9? Everything to do with McDonald's existence, I mostly already know. And everything I've ever seen in any documentary about McDonald's just makes me belligerently angry. Also, that's interesting. Goblin crossbowman playing a Mudstone Lular. Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, I know. It's well-documented facts that organized crime was involved with a lot of that stuff. Well-documented fact. I wonder how Lump is doing now that his lover is gone. Want some abstract thinking. Pretty okay. Glad you're hanging in there, Dwarf. Yeah, no, the fast food industry in general, not even just like McDonald's, just makes me upset. Put it nicely. Everything to do with the fast food industry just makes me angry. McDonald's itself is basically organized crime. It's an organized crime against humanity. That's for sure. I wouldn't quite say it's organized crime. I think one of my favorite things that I used to say to coworkers who hated customers at McDonald's was, oh, don't worry, they're just killing themselves by eating the food. So if you hate somebody, just hand them their food and smile. You're just killing yourself by eating that shit. Especially the asshole regulars that we were bitching about. But at the same time, I don't want to know what somebody who eats McDonald's every single day is going through mentally, because it's probably horrendous. And I don't envy that position at all. No, that's disorganized, accidental crime. That's not organized crime. That's called disorganized crime. They haven't delivered your package yet because they aren't organized. Maybe you should stop being a helicopter package parent. Sheesh. I have a headache. That's not due to lack of caffeine. I've had plenty of caffeine. How we all doing out there today, chat? You're lurking and listening to the stream. Could we get a round of beers? So many people are listening to the stream right now. Blaming the smoke and air quality, to be honest with you, chat. The air quality right now. For me, it's been like 5 days now of inhaling like this horrendous tar. Yeah, right now. Oh, it got worse than this morning. Back up to 160. The worst areas are still in the 400s. A few areas in California that are like above 600 or close to 600. I don't know what to do, chat. That being said, dwarves are kind of... It was quite nice. Well, I'm glad it's been nice for you. Hasn't been nice here. I don't know, chat. I got a splitting fucking headache. I want to stream, but we've been real lurky for the past hour. A tricky day for me today. Hard day at the office, if you will. It's not like ending stream would make my headache go away. Hey, Gibbs. Those things. Oh, we used up all of the iron bars. Excellent. My estimate was correct. Place all of these terracotta warriors. They're dwarves holding spears, admiring them. Our day at the office for you too. Cheers, man. It's frustrating when like I feel like crap though, cause like I just want to stream, even on days when I don't. I just want to stream, like kind of all day. Like there's nothing I can do. It's like either it goes above 25 degrees in my apartment and my blood sugar goes out of whack, or I leave the door open and I inhale basically car exhaust all day. It's fucking atrocious. The oxygen in my apartment makes me want to die. Picture point. That's what's up. Here come all of the statues. You can really tell who's a strong dwarf and who's not. The ones lagging behind are weak. The ones that are running ahead are strong. Silent Hill Big Fire Edition. Like that Campfire Edition was way cheaper, man. Big Fire Edition, much better. Although that Gender Reveal Edition was... Oof. Man, totally worth the billions of dollars of forest fire money. It's the Endless Legends soundtrack. The actual track name. Well, it's so close. It's track 30. Here's the timestamp if you like it. Pipe bomb. Yep. That's a fireworks display is what it is. Back in summer of 2018, we had much thicker smoke cover, but it was fine because it smelled like campfire. It was fine. Like, air quality wasn't as bad even though the smoke was thicker and way heavier and way lower, and it did actually look like Silent Hill outside. Now, like, it doesn't really look like Silent Hill. Like, visibility is fine outside, but the air just smells like car exhaust. It smells like melting tarmac. It's like standing in a room with a cement paver that's just like constantly paving the road. It's awful. Have you hooked into a mini split or air conditioner? No, I don't have an air conditioner. Well, I do have an air conditioner, but it's not running right now. Why do you ask? Why would that help? It's like if I set the air conditioner up, it's just going to blow more air into the apartment. It's cool enough outside, I don't need it. But if the door is closed, it goes above 25 degrees in my apartment because my neighbors leave their heat on year-round, I feel like. And if it goes above 25 degrees in my apartment, then my blood sugar gets fucked. So I have the option of either being very high and feeling like my head's on fire, or inhaling toxic fumes and getting a headache. Those are my options. Bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. And there we go. Oh, hey, Quatch, I'm so proud of you. You've gone and become a blacksmith. Also, you need a hood, a cloak, and some socks. Okay, so let's just say cloth, sock, 100. Cloak, cloth, 50. What's the other thing that you needed? Mittens. Hood, that was it. Hood, silk, why not? 50. Yeah, we're making you fresh socks, so Dobby can be free. Go back to your looks. It's all good, Quatch. Here's man. Really need to get off Nintendo's email list because I don't give a shit about anything Nintendo is doing. All I know about that gender reveal party, actually, screw it, is they were supposed to have pink fireworks. So I'd assume girl, but in 2020, who knows? I guess I just hope that what the parents do prison time. That's all I really care about. Perhaps I'm a horrible person for hoping that, but God, I hope that they fucking get in trouble. Apostle, you're no longer depressed. You're bitter about wearing old clothing, but you feel satisfied at work, and you say, wouldn't it be grand to just take my life off and do nothing for the rest of my days? As Apostle? Not being depressed make you happy? Well. See, this elf says what he is. Ew. Oh, new Quick Smash video. Right, yeah, last week was his week off. Well, I know what I'm doing tonight. Watching Les Krugs. I wonder if the hater has found my video yet. No. Very ineffective hater. It's kind of funny. I want that damn interaction. All right, well, let's see what the elves have to sell me or would like to buy from me. Probably catch up on the weekend. Do you just like not watch him for ages and then power through all at once? I don't even know what's in these craft spins, but we'll bring them up. Rate them whenever we can. How long have I been playing DF for? In total? Or today? Assuming you're saying in total. Well, technically the first time I downloaded it was roughly 2009. Played it on and off in the way a lot of people do, which is download it, generate a world, get confused, Alt F4, get mad because Alt F4 doesn't work, crash computer, restart computer, uninstall on repeat for a couple of years. For a couple of years, I kind of got to the point where I would generate world, read a little bit of legends, think about trying to start a fortress, get confused, give up, Alt F4, give up, crash computer. By about 2015, I could figure out how to download, read legends, and actually embark, but then not actually do anything. Then chat started harassing me to learn Dwarf Fortress around 2017. Towards the end of 2018, I started streaming it on the weekends, and chat helped me get past the learning curve of what the fuck am I doing, and I kind of haven't stopped. No idea what version. But then again, I think that's about how chat harassed me. By that, I mean King and Stoned Hobo harassed me. And then when I asked if chat would watch, chat was kind of like, yes. And then none of them did. And then they all left, and now I'm sad. And the few that are left don't really care about what I play in the first place. The rest of my chat's basically new. I kind of miss some of the old people from chat every now and again. There was a whole community of people that used to watch me, and a lot of them have just fucking up and left. Chat, actually, I'm curious. Press 1 if you remember the days before I streamed Dwarf Fortress. How many of you are lurking right now?
This is madness! Madness.
Yes, it's... See? He accepts all blame. Yeet. I actually had somebody tune in the other day and ask, do you ever play RimWorld anymore? And I was like, nah, basically not. And then they said why, and I kind of explained why. And then they were like, ah, okay. And then, like, within seconds, I saw my follow count drop by 1, and I clicked on their username, and they were no longer following me. And I'm like, yep, seems about right. Do you remember Saturday when you found my stream? Then there's Hobo, who's been watching me since, like, 2015. King, who's been here since, like, 2015. Peter, who's been here since, like, 2015. Fog, you started watching me, what, about 2016. Fog, you've been banned from my chat before? What? Apparently, I banned you from the chat once. I don't remember doing that. The elves are ecstatic with all of the crowns we just gave them. Was day you made your account? Yep. And now it's just Stockholm Syndrome. I am convinced that most of the people who've been around that long are just suffering from some form of Stockholm syndrome. Where'd you go? Quatch, there you are. I was looking for a peasant, but Quatch is no longer a peasant. Let's see. Did you get your own socks yet? No, you didn't. Go get socks, Dobby. Kind of wish I could make a temple and select the gods. Select multiple gods instead of just saying all or one. I wish I could do like these three. So I could have like 3 nicely made temples and then the rest of the gods, you know? It's time to eat a couple piggies. I'm gonna eat all the piglets even though they're not worth much meat. I don't know why those ones had the longer names, and then I realized it's because they're badgers. Realistically, though, I go back, and maybe this is just me, but like, every now and again I'll go onto YouTube and I'll look at my really old VODs from like pre-2016, and I just kind of stare at them and go, why the fuck did anybody watch this? My audio was bad. My camera was bad. My commentary was bad. I was always tired, so the stream was just kind of bad. Like, there was almost nothing redeeming about the stream back then, and I don't really get why people watched it. We were getting a hitch. Let me just fuck the frame rate with a shovel. Hang in there, game. You got it. There you go. Something big just happened somewhere in the world. Army just invaded somebody. Someone moved somewhere. God knows what. Really tempted to demand ongoing tribute from these humans, because trading with the humans would be real nice. I'm gonna assign a messenger. We're gonna assign it to our human scholar. Our human scholar. I don't think that there's much I can really do with them. What actually can you? I know that you can use messengers to wonder. No, okay. So I really want to trade with humans. I don't want to invade them or start a war. Just way too worried I'm going to start a war. You might have a fallacy. Wait, what? What, for people used to watch the streams way long ago and even though they were bad? Fallacy? You know, Hobo, I actually kind of disagree with you on that comment. I think Kotaku's not that bad as far as ads go. Kotaku's like kind of the standard when it comes to spamming ads at things. A site that's bad is a site that makes you click multiple times to view multiple different pages to get the chunks of the article. At least with Kotaku, it's all there. It's no worse than a newspaper. I actually don't think Kotaku's that bad. Like, I got issues with Kotaku, but the number of ads they serve on their pages are pretty fair in the grand scheme of things in comparison to some of the competition. For some reason, you mean the fact that you run ad block all the time? I mean, please use ad block on my stream if you're getting ads. The one that people are recommending is uBlock Origin. As Twitch ads are garbage now. That sucks. I hate it. Think you have Twitch whitelisted? I would unwhitelist it. Unwhitelist it. Because Twitch is being a bunch of asinine fucks with all of the ads. Why are my pigs just fucking running everywhere? Ah, they're getting dive bombed by buzzards. Gotcha. Yeah, don't leave it whitelisted. Fair enough. I like that they're like refusing to pick up that last bit. I'm in a fucking weird mood today, chat room. I'm in a goddamn weird mood. Merchants have gone off on their journey. Good luck. But today's been good progress-wise. You know, we built this little airborne temple thing filled with gems to the god of gems. We worked on these walkways a whole bunch. We finished up the outer walls. I dropped Axon 15 Z levels to his death, her death. It was our most prolific mother in the fortress, which kind of sucks. Hopefully we'll have another one. We do have some other couples that are that I'm hopeful for. But we've lost Axon, which is a massive pity. And once I get these last few blocks in, we will have finished the outer wall. Hobo, get your ears checked. I said gems. An E, not a Y. Listening, going on tour with Ghost, I think, as Hoyt, you're healing. We put a roof on our fridge. You will name it temporary. I mean, you won't name it anything. Whoever calls it will get the name. We'll see you later, Cold. But yeah, I think it's time for us to swap games, chat. We've been streaming for almost 7 hours, which means I've done about 5 hours of DF. I think it's time for us to switch forts. Or switch games, rather. So I'm kind of like between games right now. I don't know what to play. Kind of a toss-up between a few things. No. Profit. I realize you're like tripling down on this joke, but no. The options? I don't know. Like, I'm kind of in the mood right now where I think some streamers get sometimes where if I had the option, I would just fucking go sit outside somewhere and do an IRL stream. Like, that's kind of where I'm at. Like, there aren't really any games I super duper feel like playing. It's like kind of my options are like Risk of Rain, Stalker.